Excuse me. And here we are. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Goataween, the stream where Hufflepuff Gaming is playing all kinds of spooky one shots and kind of fun, creepy crawly games in October. And tonight you have a game called The Ghosts of Godling, which is a D&D game that we're just making up tonight. Just a one-shot, if you will. And I have some lovely people playing with me tonight, which I'll get to in a second, because I have a script here that I should read. Because announcements. So hey, welcome. This is you're watching us on Twitch, and we are affiliate on Twitch, which means you're able to cheer and subscribe to us. And remember, if you have Twitch Prime, you are able to subscribe for free to one channel of your choice. Please do that to some channel and support a creator. And if you like us, you could support us, and that'd be fine too. Another way to support us specifically would be typing !KO-FI or coffee into the chat in Twitch, and that will get you a link to our coffee page where you can just buy us a cup of coffee, or give us a bit of money to make what we do more professional, as well as produce more content for you, because we love producing content. It just takes so much effort sometimes. So money certainly helps kind of smooth the edges of that and allows us to tell stories and be weird and play games, because it's fun. You can also support us by going to !merch in the chat, and that'll give you a link to our merch just website, I guess, merch site, where you can purchase Helpful Goat and all its related content, sort of materials. Is there something new in the merch lately, Goataween?
Right now we're doing a limited time sticker for each of the Goataween games. So there is not a new one in yet for this, but there will be once I know what it should be.
Lovely. Excellent. Once we play the game and figure out what the story is, we'll throw that in there as well. And if Goataween, you wouldn't mind talking about !donate just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Month of October, at the beginning of it, we had a slight confluence of dates with Indigenous Peoples Day and International Coming Out Day. So we decided to highlight two charities with our donate command. One is the First Nations Development Institute, benefiting First Nations and Native American people and communities through advocacy, legal assistance, cultural benefits, etc. The other, the Trevor Project, a charity for LGBTQ youth with advocacy, support networks, and other resources. So with both of those, absolutely wonderful charities. We encourage you, if you have the time, if you have the resources, monetary, emotional, energy, please reach out, maybe donate to those. And as always, we encourage you, look for a local charity for both of these causes. There are almost certainly organizations focused explicitly on your community that will do a lot of good, and that honestly have a much harder time getting donations, and where your donation will be much more impactful.
Excellent. And hey, if you're just like us and want to hang out more with us, you can type !Discord in the chat, and that'll get you a link to our Discord, which is the main hub of our community, where we do all kinds of fun, crazy things. We've been watching movies. We've been playing games on our Discord. We stream every once in a while. So if you want more streaming content, you can come to that. Or if you just want to hang out and chill with some lovely people. Also, everyone playing tonight is on the Discord, and we pull from the Discord in order to play with fans. So if you would even like the possibility of playing with us one day, the Discord is the place to go and become a member of the community. So please do that, !Discord. And since Chelsea's playing tonight, I don't think there's a poem.
Sam wrote a poem for Chelsea.
Sam wrote a poem for
Limericks,
Chelsea?
And I don't know what
limerick
is.
I can go with it if you want. Tonight we are all gathered. Oh god, it was trying to do the reply and it just wiped out the right side of the thing with the arrow. Tonight we are all gathered for spooks and scares haphazard, The ghost of Godling, one by one, have brought the town to down and done, while the council does not but blather the hope for our intrepid heroes. Is their wit may upset their woes, and should the mystery be undone, perhaps it will include some fun for our seen and heard fellows.
Lovely. Thank
Sorry, my
you.
Twitch
Thank you,
stuttered like
Sam.
crazy in the
Totally.
middle of that.
Thank you so much, Sam. That's that's a very good replacement when Chelsea's playing. We thank you so much for doing that. Normally, Chelsea does such amazing poems as well by giving us a bit of a recap and telling us that we are seen and heard, which is just fucking kind of the theme of our whole community, being seen and heard, and we love it. Anyway, so how about I let these beautiful players just let you know who they are real quick, give you some of their pronouns, and we'll save character introductions until the game. But we'll start here. So Galway, who are you?
Did you introduce yourself in your own pronouns?
Oh, I did not. I'm Andrew Gilbert, and I am he, him, his, and I am the DM for this evening. Galway.
Thank you. I think we skipped you.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. My name's Galway Trainer. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm one of Founders Self Look Out. I'll be playing tonight. Looking forward to it.
Excellent. Lena?
Hi, I'm Lena.
Hi.
My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm playing this game.
Beautiful. Chelsea?
I'm Chelsea, she, her, hers, and I'm just here vibing.
Vibing is perfect. Thank you so much. Heather?
And
And Heather.
I'm Heather. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I think that's all of them, not just some of them. And Halloween's the best. So.
Halloween is the best. We lean hard into Halloween here at Helpful Goat. So excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. So I think without further ado, we can get into tonight's Ghosts of Godling, and I'm here for it. Near the western border of the Principality of Harkin, on the continent of Lesser Banya, sits a small hamlet known as Godling. Many people pass through, but no one's looking to spend gold here. The town is struggling, and winter will soon be upon them.
Sam said everyone is frozen.
Everyone?
Did you alt-tab?
Everyone is frozen. Now only Lena's here.
Can you
Hi.
hear us?
Dude,
Audio is fine.
Audio-
Lena is back.
I'm
Okay,
the stream tonight. I hope you all wanted this.
we're good now.
Cool.
Yeah, it just might happen every once in a while. It's weird. But thanks, Sam, for letting us know. All right. In the town of Godling, 2 murders have occurred in this hamlet, and now a boy and his father have gone missing. The town is scrambling for answers and has pooled their resources to hire a team of outside investigators to look into these strange occurrences. The Detective Collective. Now, Detective Collective. It has been 4 days' travel on the road from Harkin in your cramped carriage, and while you've grown close through your cases, you're nearly at your wits' end, being cooped up together. So naturally, you are relieved as you pull into the north end of Godling. If you don't mind, let's take this moment to describe your characters, and please let me know what you've been doing on the road for 4 days and how you've been passing the time.
So I think probably the first one to alight would be Sebastian Melish, 60-some year old human man. pronouns he, him, his. Close cropped, sort of salt and pepper hair, neatly trimmed goatee, is dressed in a coat with a waistcoat that is woven with sort of scales for protection, very formally dressed, carrying a cane. And he'll sort of get down and perhaps to give flavor to what we've been doing for the last 4 days. For the last time, Desdemona, you're not that old. It really will be fine, I assure you. It's okay.
You
Lovely.
don't know me. You don't know how old I am. And
I'm
what
10
I've
years older
suffered
than you.
through as a vampire, Dampier. And this very whiny person climbs out of the carriage, just like listing from side to side and whining. And they are Desdemona Draven, pronouns they, them. They're very tall, thin, pale. They've got really black, piercing eyes, although sometimes those of you who have been hanging out in the carriage have noticed that they kind of poke their eye, like something shifting in there. You think it might be color contacts that they're wearing. They have this really, really black, curly pompadour for hair, and they dress in incredibly Gothic Victorian embroidered clothes, always all black, extremely well put together, except for when they're poking their eyeball. And they have spent these last 4 days whining a lot about being trapped in the carriage and about every minute passing is a minute that they're not getting older, but they are getting older and it's terrible, and just the ennui of it all. And they are continuing to whine.
I love it. I love it. How about Sharia? What's Sharia been up to, and what does Sharia look like?
Sharia will come flying out the door saying, "Oh, Des, come on, just shut up already. We've heard all before." And you'll see a small fairy with black wings at the moment um, kind of flit around Des and then just kind of alight and wait for uh, the next person to come out, Lyra. And I've been sleeping a lot. I get a little cranky, so I've been sleeping quite a bit on the ride.
Excellent. Where does a fairy sleep in a carriage on the ride? Just on the seat?
No, I would take a spot, like hang a little hammock up near the ceiling.
Lovely. I love it. And what about Lyra?
So, as Lyra is making her way out of the carriage, you're going to see her take a massive deep breath as if to center herself. And as she walks out, her cloak is going to billow out from the seat, and out pops a 26-year-old Hexblood with pure white hair and burgundy eyes, very pale skin, with looks like sunken in, looks like she hasn't had much sleep eyes. They could look like in certain lights that they look darker in some ways, depending on the trick of the eye. And she is wearing a traditional Victorian female corset top, but she is wearing pants and high boots with a slight heel, a practical heel, but still badass nonetheless. But her cloak is full length all the way down to the ground with a billowing hood. And she also does have a medallion piece centered upon her forehead that looks much older than she is. And she is just going to look around and say, "Well, that was fun."
Was it? Is anything fun when you're facing eternity?
So you said that you liked my flute solo. I did a little
Oh,
practicing
yeah.
for you to cheer you up.
That part was all right.
Sebastian will sort of come along, Mr. Benedict, and out of the carriage will sort of clank down a about 5 foot long metallic badger.
I will promptly jump up and ride on him.
So, Muddy, Small. Fairly quiet.
Looks like we're here. We should get figuring.
It is quiet, actually. It's almost a little too quiet in places. You don't see anyone in the streets. You see a sign for a tavern next to you. The sign reads, "The Perky Wand Inn and Tavern." You see another sign for something called the Prancing Buckler, Spinner's Locksmithy. And you're just kind of sitting in this square, just sort of waiting under the dark skies, the wind rustling leaves across your path. And in a moment, almost out of nowhere it seems, you see a couple people sort of jogging up to you. They are both elves as they get closer, you notice. And they're very careful to walk on the cobblestones that are sort of out of the mud still, that are poking out, trying not to get their shoes or their pants or dress muddy. It seems like a man and a woman that comes up to you, wearing black, entirely all black. The man takes his hat off immediately, revealing his pointy ears. The woman still has a sort of a black veil across her face, and she lifts that as she approaches as well, and you do see her sort of wipe a tear from her eye. Her collar is sort of a lacy white fringe, as well as sort of her cuffs, and otherwise she's entirely in black as well. This is, you gather, Dirklin and Galabray Leafless, the two that contacted you, or contacted your organization for hire. Dirklin even seems to maybe be a priest, as he seems to be coming out of the temple in the middle of town, with very distinct sigils of Hodal, the god of growth and life, on it. Though it doesn't seem like Hodal has much interest in this town, as it looks quite the opposite of lively. So they come up to you. Friends, you are most welcome here. And Dirklin then makes intense eye contact with each of you. You have not come a moment too soon. But first, I must show you this. And he pulls out a letter. This arrived by Falcon this morning for you. And he hands you the letter to read.
I'll sort of take it and unfold it so that it's positioned. I feel like I probably hold it at like lower shoulder height so that all of us can read it.
Sure.
Including like Sharia on Mr. Benedict.
Excellent. So your party kind of gathers around the note, and it very clearly says, in a handwriting that you recognize, Mellish, as soon as you get this, I need you to prepare to leave that backwater town of Godling and head north to Chawbone. The city itself is experiencing a real undead problem, and you need to find the necromancer involved in Chawbone. This job pays far, far more than the Godling thing, so you need to be on the road again by the 15th. The morning of the 15th, it says. And today's the morning of the 14th. And at this, the pastor seems to say, I must confess it. My wife opened the letter and read it to me as well. Please say this isn't so. You've just got here. We've heard so many amazing things about the Detective Collective. But I'm worried that even you... I'm sorry?
1, read our mail. And
That's a federal crime.
2, we can work very fast. But you read our mail?
And also, time doesn't mean anything when you're facing eternity.
3, Mr. Benedict, if you would. and I'm going to hand him the letter to eat.
Lovely. So do you think you? I mean, you have. There are 2 murders, and on top of that, a few days ago, 2 others went missing. I don't know if you are able to solve everything in a day, but the entire town is at your disposal. Whatever you need from us, you will find good, hardy folk here that which I'm sure will answer all of your questions. Is there anything else you need to start out, or? And at this, more and more people are leaving the Temple of Hodal, again, mostly dressed in black, and pretty soon you see a coffin being carried by a few of the townsfolk. It looks like they're heading over the bridge across the river to the graveyard on the other side.
Is that one of the fallen, murdered?
It is, yes. That is Graben Halfbin. I'm so sorry. I should tell you the details first, shouldn't I?
Yes, please.
I apologize. So, there have been 2 murders, and 2 souls have disappeared. And frankly, our community will not survive the winter unless the killings stop. So, 2 weeks ago, Errol Timwit was killed, and our young master Lomis heard the scream and ran to go check on him behind the hunting sheds. He must have startled the attacker.
Say that name again, Andy. Who
Yes.
went to check?
Lomis went to check. Lomis. And Lomis arrived. He said that there were no animals, no attacker, no nothing, just a very bloody scene with poor Errol lying face down. We mourned Mr. Timwit and chalked it up to an animal attack at first, but then, a week later, we found poor Graben Halfbin locked in his home with massive amounts of blood spread throughout his room, and again he was lying face down. And now, I'm afraid, and he's having a little bit of a hard time continuing, and so,
Who found Graben Halfbin?
And at this, the woman speaks up. I'm afraid I did. Graben was our stable master, and he had not shown up, and I needed a horse to ride for the day, so I went to check on him in his home. And I peered through the window and saw the scene, and I got the others. And since then, our own Kentwood family, Kentwood Sr. and his son, have gone missing. His wife, Opaze Kentwood, said that they just went out the other night to collect firewood and never came back. We expect the worst in this case as well. Some still believe that this is the work of roving pack of wolves or a monster that's drifted too close to town, but Graben's death seems like something entirely different to me. It seems like there is, I don't know, maybe a wolf did just get in or something. And the husband,
It was a vampire.
maybe
You
it was
said
a
the house
vampire.
was locked.
Well, yes, see, that's what makes me think of malicious intent and premeditation. I wonder if these are all connected, and we need you to help and solve whatever's going on here.
That's what we do.
Whatever else you need, you please let me know. Anything at all.
Was there a search for the Kentwoods?
There was immediately the day after they went missing. Mostly it was me, Master Lomis, Bleak Lomis is his name. He's our hunter, and he tracked out and didn't see anything either. a lot of the other town were working, and not all of them necessarily like the Kentwoods. Colonel Kentwood, the father, is often a bit gruff and rude. But certainly I went out and could not find them.
Okay, so just the two of you then.
Well, yes. Hardly a search
Okay.
party, I guess, but...
Okay.
So looking at your map, also let me mark on the map the 3 places that seem to have been affected here. Halfbin's house, the hunting sheds, and the Kentwood home. Is there anything else that you need? Anything that we could help with right now? Or would you like to just immediately start investigating?
Tell me, have you any reason to believe that these incidents are linked?
We rarely have deaths here. Most of us are strong. Most of us can defend ourselves. We haven't had monsters roam into our town. I doubt Errol would be killed so easily by a few wolves so close to town. I believe they're linked, but they could be completely separate.
And I assume you have, as evidenced by this procession, already buried your dead.
Well,
for
we've buried Errol, and Mr. Graybin is heading to his grave right now.
Tell me, for those who found them, were there any signs of an attack? You mentioned much blood, but...
There was so much blood. So much. Even in the small little bedroom, it just looked like buckets of blood.
What were the wounds?
I didn't know. We didn't. I mean, we don't. We have a town priest, who can heal a little bit, but none of us really know what we're looking for. I know there was a hole in Errol, right about here, right in the chest. I don't exactly.
Round hole? Flat hole?
It was where the blood was still coming out. I don't know much more than that. I apologize. We are not versed in bodies very well.
All I'm trying to decide is, did it look like maybe a knife stab wound or a bigger hole, like a piece was bitten or torn out?
You'll have... we didn't discover the body of Errol, but my wife could speak to Graben, and she says, kind of looking back over to the procession, right, it did sort of look like there were a hole sort of missing almost of Graben. It looked just bloody and a mess, like he was ripped up almost a little bit, and just so much blood.
Given the fact that she looked over and everything else, do I get any sense that she's either covering anything up or misrepresenting the wounds?
Sure, give me an insight check. And Chelsea's taken over by a cat.
21.
21. 21's pretty good. She does not seem sure about the wounds. This seems to be her trying to sound more important. So it's more likely to you that she didn't really check and that she's just kind of making this up.
She's just filling in, like,
She's
yeah,
sort of
there
filling
was
in.
that.
There was so much blood, there must have been big gashes and wounds and everything on him. That's more what you get from this, yeah. So, yeah. Anything else from the rest of you, or the quickest you can begin, I assume, since you must leave quickly tomorrow, the better, I think. You can put your stuff at the inn. The Perky Wand Inn and Tavern certainly has enough room for you. They're expecting you. So once you get settled, feel free to ask around, whatever you need.
Where's Lomas? We'll obviously need to talk to him.
Well, Lomas was at the temple. I don't know if he's with the procession. If not, he's probably heading back to his home. And Lomas's home is down here on the map.
Oh, how long was the procession? Like, do I think I might have time to go, like, hurry, and view the body before they put the coffin in the ground?
Sure, yeah, if you want to. You can catch up to him.
Okay. I'll kind of say to these guys, you guys, I'm gonna go see if I can see the body. They shouldn't bury him before we take a look at it, so I'm gonna go. I'll be back.
Well, actually, let's go ahead and roll initiative at this point if we are beginning our investigation. So, if you could click on your icon first,
Oh.
and then go to your character sheet and click initiative, that'll automatically put it in for you.
Shall we assume that Benedict just goes with, not necessarily moves with me, but is at the same initiative spot as I am?
Yes, that'd be good, yeah.
Because otherwise it gets weird, because he's mostly going to accompany me.
Of course, yeah. So the way we're doing initiative tonight is essentially working out scenes. So we've done a turn order. At spot 10, something will happen. But we'll begin with Sebastian at spot 21. So everyone go ahead and pick a spot you'd like to go to investigate, or a person you'd like to talk to. And you can go together or completely split the party and separate.
Can we do like slight planning before we split
Absolutely.
on the round?
Yep.
Just to sort of determine that? Okay, cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
If the pastor and his wife have sort of moved away, I've forgotten both of their names properly, so I'm doing
enough.
great with
Then
this.
and
Leafless.
Galabre.
Yeah,
Yes,
Galabre
the leafless.
and
Dirklin.
Dirklin.
The leaf fly. Sebastian sort of turned to this. All right, so the Mrs. Leafless was not entirely truthful with her description of the body. I think she hadn't thought to check it and was more agreeing with what others had said, possibly also with the sheer amount of blood that she had found. Sharia, you mentioned going and seeing the body. That might not be the worst idea for us to have some idea of what we're actually dealing with. I think it might perhaps be best for me to investigate one of the crime scenes, perhaps Halfbin's. It's a locked room mystery. Might be interesting for me to see the locks, see if they've been tampered with in any way. I do not know, Desdemona Lyra, but what are you thinking?
I think someone needs to check out what's his name, the hunter guy.
I can go talk to Lomas.
Lomas. He's suspicious.
Yeah, but I mean, it's usually not the obvious ones, right?
I don't know. Of course not, but
In many
He's
of your
still
cases, it has not been the obvious ones.
We also need to kind of find out more about, I don't know, how all these people knew each other. Is there somebody that you could talk to about that, Lyra?
I could do some digging.
Lovely. And Lyra, yeah, where might you dig? A popular spot you know from previous cases to get information would be like the tavern, and talking to the bartenders.
Yeah,
but- Yeah, but if you have something in specific too, feel free.
I would say the tavern would be a good place to start.
Okay. So Lyra will head here. Sebastian wanted to check out Halfbin's. Desdemona is going to head over to Lomas. And Sharia was going to head toward the body.
Just because she was also hurrying, Sebastian will look over. Mr. Benedict, if you would be so kind as to proceed with Sharia. I think your speed, even flying, is only 30,
yeah.
and he runs at 40. So
So I'll ride.
Right
you-
on.
Thank you,
See,
Mr. Benedict.
and Mr. Benedict is kind of a mechanical badger.
Yes.
Correct. So you're riding this sort of steel badger through the mud of the town, bouncing from cobblestone to cobblestone, Sharia.
He does
your
also
wings.
incidentally have a little vest, essentially, on him.
Yes.
Mhm.
I love it.
I like to think he has a little like handle kind of sewn on the back of the vest.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yes.
I can only
There's a
imagine.
small loop across the back of the vest, still out of metal.
I love it.
Sometimes I'll like fly up and just hang on to that, so I'm like he's pulling me faster and I'm just aloft. Like wind sailing.
That's rad. What a visual image. This fairy just wings spread, flying, holding on to this badger. All right. So our first scene in initiative order will be with Sebastian. So, Sebastian, you watch the Leafless family head into their own estate, which is not far from Halfbin's. And you step up to the door that has that's been boarded up, essentially. Nails have through the boards cover the door and the windows of this place. But you think if you pull just a little bit on these planks, they'll come free, and you could probably slide in if you'd like.
I'll sort of wedge my cane in behind one and use it to lever.
Excellent. All right, so the first thing you notice is that everything seems a bit short in here. It's a normal-sized house, but the bookshelves only go up about 4 feet. The table is set really low. The chairs are very low. Probably like a halfling dwarf or something lives here, you would imagine. The room itself is fairly normal other than that. Not a lot seems to be going on. It hasn't really been disturbed, but that also means everything must have already kind of been in its place, it seems. And you head to the bedroom, to where you assume, the body was and everything.
Before I do that,
Oh, please.
I will, while sort of looking around, I'm going to activate Devil's Sight so that I have Detect Magic up.
Oh, interesting.
I took the
Detective
feat Eldritch Adept Devil's Sight.
Yeah. A small trinket that you almost didn't notice before sort of lights up on a bookshelf near you.
I'm gonna go over to look at that quickly.
Yeah, it's a small teddy bear. And it's hard to see exactly what kind of magic the little teddy bear is, but it almost looks to be for a child or something. It's just a light blue and with a tummy of pink, but it is glowing magically.
Intriguing. I'm gonna pull out a small, it's almost the equivalent of like a post-it note, but just made out of I don't know, probably a sheet of metal because it's relatively durable then. And sort of flicking a thieves tool pick across, tap it, and a perfect pictorial representation of the teddy bear appears on it. I'll
Lovely.
sort of put that in my pocket. Right.
Excellent.
Then
Yeah.
I'll head into the bedroom if I don't see anything else.
Very good, very good. So you head into the bedroom, and the smell hits you first. The blood has been just left here to sort of congeal on the carpet, the bed, as well as the floor, and some on the walls as well. You didn't see any sort of trace of blood, at least with your naked eye, in the main area, but this room entirely is covered.
Okay. Doesn't appear to have been cleaned up then from when they found him.
Nah, not at all.
When they were saying, did they say that he was locked in his bedroom or the house was locked?
The house was locked, was what you got from that. Yeah, there's no lock on the bedroom door.
Okay, I figured not. I just wanted to make sure.
This room also has one window that's shuttered right now, but not boarded up.
Okay. Do I see any signs of struggle, attempts? Like, we explicitly said, like, they haven't cleaned up since the body was there, but also almost like, does it look like anyone tried to tidy up? Say,
Excellent.
who had been in here,
Sure
et
thing.
cetera.
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
18?
18's decent. Yeah, with an 18, I think you can tell a couple things. One, it doesn't look like anyone's cleaned up at all. You don't see signs of a struggle. Oddly enough, the outside of the blankets is even coated in blood. He seemed to have been probably sleeping in his bed. That's what you get from at least kind of the bed was not made. It looked like someone was in it. And when you're sort of peering through the blankets, you notice the outside of the blankets are also covered in blood.
So like both sides, the side that would be down on a person, and then the obverse.
Yes,
are
exactly.
also-
Correct. Right. Yeah. With an 18, it's hard to, like, you don't get, like, blood spatter or anything like that exactly. It's hard to see exactly where the blood was coming from. But yeah, that's sort of what you notice. And again, no struggle.
And then I'm assuming nothing is proccing with detect magic on.
Correct. Nothing else in here is magical.
Let me know also how much you were thinking we would check in any given scene, because like I neither want to take way too much, nor do I want to like miss something, because it's like, okay, and we need to be done.
Yeah, no, you got a little time left.
I think I would want to check the window and the front doors locks, given my ability to pick locks and make them, and see, like, do they look like they were forced, damaged? How easy would it be to pick it and then like reset it, etc.?
Excellent. Sure, give me another investigation check.
$11.
Right, so going up to the shuttered window, it's simply a hook and latch lock that you can open easily from the inside. And if you sort of do that very easily, and the shutters sort of naturally kind of swing open, and a small breeze comes in from outside, and you're looking on this like tiny little courtyard in between houses here, and movement catches your eyes. You're looking out the window. You can't help but notice you see Galabray Leafless changing out of her sort of Sunday black clothes, just kind of out of the corner of your eye. You have like a direct view into her window. But if you don't linger too much there, you head to the front door.
I was gonna say Sebastian would sort of turn sharply away from that, though noting that there's a direct sight line to the Leafless house.
Yeah. And heading to the front door, we'll stick with your investigation there. You notice that it is a heavy-duty lock, but a single lock that requires a fairly ornate key, it seems. This actually would be very difficult to pick, you think. And as you're looking at it, you don't see any signs of tampering with it. So that it seems like the last time it was locked with a key, and nothing has really been broken since then. that sort of thing, though it is currently unlocked.
I'll sort of pause and think about it. One last looking around. Do I see anything that looks like it is obviously missing? I.e., if
Sure.
theft of some larger piece or something else was a motive.
Sure. Yeah, give me an investigation check.
I'll make lots of these.
Lovely.
16.
Yeah, with the 16, you're sort of looking around. Nothing appears out of place. You don't see any, like, decorative spots that aren't filled with some decoration or something. He has just a little bit of jewelry in a case. That all looks to be there. Nothing is out of place. Yeah, oddly, this is a very well-kept place. And everything seems very, very meticulously in its place.
I'm going to sort of looking around, like, pat down the scales on his waistcoat, pull out 2 more of those small metal plates, tap one with a pick, and it's what I see with, like, the covers and blood.
Sure.
And then tap another one, and it's the lock.
Excellent.
Put those in my pocket, and I think that will probably do it.
Brilliant. All right. Very good scene. Very good. So, let's move on to Desdemona. So, Desdemona Draven, you are making your way through this kind of open space behind a lot of the shops, toward a row of houses. On your right, you see these very kind of hastily put together sheds, where there should be carcasses hanging there to be cleaned, essentially, from deer hunting or hunting whatever you might find. You don't see anything there now, but that does seem to be an area. And you approach Mr. Lomas's home. And how do you go about talking to Mr. Lomas? Do you just knock on the door? Do you want
Yeah,
to
knock on the door. He's not a suspect yet.
All right. You go ahead and knock on the door, and you hear just a little bit of a from inside, and quickly foots come over to the door, and then it opens just like 3 inches, and you see this young, fresh-faced young man. This is Bleak Lomas. He is a tiefling that doesn't have big horns, and his skin is fairly pink still. So he doesn't sort of scream tiefling, but you can tell, if that makes sense. He does have a few kind of little sharper teeth than maybe normal. And he just says, "Yes. Hello? Who are you?"
I'm sure you heard that the detective collective would be in town. I am the most tragic member of that collective, and I'm here to ask you questions about these horrible, bloody murders, and also the missing people.
Right. I don't think I need to talk to you. My
Well,
friend
you do.
my friend was murdered.
Exactly. I need to know what you saw when you found Errol's body. It will help us find whoever killed him.
I'm sorry, I don't exactly trust anyone in this town right now, especially outsiders. So you will forgive me if I say good day.
Hey, fuckboy. I won't forgive you if you say good day. You're gonna talk to me right now, or I'm gonna come back here with my barbarian friend, and we're gonna get a little aggressive.
Give me an intimidation roll. You're not charismatic at all, are you?
No. I rolled a 6.
Oh no.
So I guess not.
With a 6, he sort of looks you up and down. you see his hand sort of poke out and sort of jingle your chains coming from your horns. I'll take my chances, thanks. Good day.
I will burn your house down with you inside of it.
Please don't. No, thank you. And then he'll be slowly shutting the door.
I'm gonna block the door with my foot
Okay.
from shutting.
Stop that.
Okay, hey. I know that wasn't very nice of me to be threatening you like that. Sometimes I just get a little angry when I'm hungry. I'm sure you understand what it's like to be hungry all the time. All the time.
That's weird. Do you want some bread? I do have some...
Yes, I'd
Okay.
love some bread.
Okay. I'm sorry for my manners. Please come in. And he'll open the door and he'll start kind of carving some bread next to the pantry and set it on the table with just a little bit of butter in a small tiny turn.
Thanks so much. I'm sure this will help a lot.
Good. I'm glad. Please eat up and if you don't mind, I have things to do today.
Yeah. So Errol was your friend? I'm so sorry for your loss.
Yes,
I'll
thank
butter
you.
some bread while I'm talking.
Thank you. He's like a mentor, really. Yeah, good friend.
He hunted with you?
No, I just sort of know him from around town. He was very smart, so he helped out a lot of people with finances and that sort of thing, and keeping track of money. I don't really have a lot of money myself, but he promised when I did get some money, he would help me make sure that I spent it wisely.
It does sound like a good friend. He had a good head for numbers. Helped a lot of people because he was a good guy.
Yep, that's what everyone says.
Yeah. Why would anybody ever want to hurt him?
I don't think a person did hurt him. I think it was an animal. I think it was a beast of some sort. Something that I've been looking for and even got into a fight with the other night.
You got into a fight with a beast?
A dire wolf. Yes. It was stalking around sort of the hunting sheds, and I heard it from my home here, looked out the window. Me and Errol's place has a very good view of the sheds. It must have been sniffing a kill I made. I saw the beast. It was just a huge wolf. And I ran as quick as I could to the general store to buy arrows. And by the time I got back, I was able to put maybe 3 or 4 in him before he disappeared into the corn. I definitely wounded him gravely, but I've not had a chance. That was 2 nights ago, and I've not had a chance since to track the body.
How long ago did the Kentwoods go missing again?
3 nights ago.
Okay. 2 nights ago. Then you haven't had a chance to find the body at all. But you're attracted.
Not yet. I am, yes. I've been also burying other people in town, and I'm the one that dug the grave for Graben as well.
And you helped look for the Kentwoods.
Yes, I did. I went looking more sort of west. I know the pastor sort of went north, and we're going to continue looking for them until we find them.
Absolutely. That's why we're here. We're here to help
Yes.
figure out where they could have gone. But if you think it's a beast, then you don't think this is related.
To the Kentwoods?
Yeah.
I mean, if that fool went deep enough in the woods looking for firewood, surely this direwolf ate him and his son. Poor kid.
So you think the direwolf that you shot 2 days ago ate the Kentwoods, and you haven't had a chance to confirm the kill on this direwolf yet?
Yes, not yet. I'm sorry.
2 days.
I'm the only one digging the graves around here. I spent most of the day yesterday doing it.
I'm gonna roll an insight and see if he's like being on the up and up with me.
Sure.
10. I'm rolling like shit.
10. So yeah, with that insight, yeah, nothing. It's a little. I don't know. He feels a little weird. He feels very cautious about you, but he doesn't seem to be lying or anything.
Right. And you think it's a beast because of seeing this direwolf, or because of how poor Errol looked when you found him?
There was so much blood around Errol that just was soaking into the ground. It had to have been some sort of monster or something. I don't think a person could be so savage and then leave so quickly.
Leave so quickly because you came as soon as you heard the scream?
Correct. With Errol, I was sitting here, cutting bread again, like today, about to eat some dinner when I heard the scream from the shed, and I came running. I grabbed my bow, and I didn't have any arrows, but I went and I just saw him laying face down in so much blood, and no animal was around. It must have heard me running up.
And you saw this roll attack on poor dear Errol, and didn't buy arrows that same day? You waited until you saw a direwolf in town?
I mean, I use a lot of arrows. I'm a hunter, so sometimes I run out.
You were out for a long time, though. If Errol, you were out of arrows when Errol died, and then also...
I must have just used them up. Killing some deer.
Yeah, killing deer. And in those very clean hunting sheds with nothing hanging, nothing dead.
What are you trying to say?
Hey, I'm just asking questions, man. I'm just here to find out what happened to Errol.
Right, please do that.
And why you had no arrows.
I ran out. I don't always hit my mark. I shot many arrows this week. I've had some bad luck recently and haven't had a lot to clean.
Bad luck hunting.
It's that time of year.
But you shot that direwolf 3-4 times.
Yes. Sorry, I'm getting a bit uncomfortable with these kinds of questions. Are you done with your bread? Have you eaten?
They've just been like picking at the bread, not actually
Okay.
eating it. They'll look down at their bread. No, I'm still very, very hungry.
Okay. Well, if you don't mind, closing the door on your way out. And he'll kind of slink off toward the bedroom. Shut the
Well,
door.
he's just gonna leave me in here, then I'm gonna look around
Okay.
before I leave.
Which, any looking for anything in particular, or just a general search?
Mostly a general search. I'm looking for arrows. Does he actually have arrows now?
Okay.
And the weapons that he's claimed to be using.
Okay. Yeah, give me an investigation check.
Oh my god, 4.
You do see a short bow leaning up toward in the corner next to the door. You're kind of looking around. You don't actually see any arrows or much else. You do see some fine knives that are quite nice in the kitchen. One of them which he was cutting bread with.
Is there anything about the knives that looks like special? Are they bloody? Like you didn't clean them very
Right.
well?
Give me an investigation check again for specifically the knives.
14.
14. They look clean, but not like sterilized or anything. There's a little bit of blood on a few of them, but that also might just be from meat. And one of them is specifically designed for it's the sort of blade with the hook on the end. It's sort of specifically designed for cleaning deer and that sort of thing. But yeah, they don't look out of place or magical or anything like that.
Okay. I don't see anything else interesting.
Not really. It's just kind of a normal young man's apartment. Otherwise.
Cool. I'm gonna go outside and like do a perimeter around the house and see if I see anything
Sure.
before I leave.
Excellent. Yeah. So yeah, you sort of step out again, shut the door, do once over behind, around the house. There's a large cornfield of very dry fall corn in this area behind the house. Other than that, you see a farm sort of in the distance to the south, not a lot else around the house itself. It seems
Does
interesting.
it seem like he can see the hunting sheds through the window that he said he could?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, if he was up toward the window, he could see the hunting sheds. That makes sense. Yeah. So is that
Okay.
about it? All right.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. All right. So next we go to Lyra. And Lyra, you...
Lyra.
What's that?
Is it Lyra or Lyra? I don't know.
Yeah, Chelsea, what is it? Lyra or Lyra?
Lyra, but if we like Lyra, I don't care.
Lyra's great.
whichever.
Yeah, Lyra's great. So Lyra, you head up into the tavern itself, and the place is empty entirely. And it takes a second before the door opens again behind you, and a very stout centaur woman enters, and tramps behind the bar very quickly and says, "I'm so sorry. What can I get you?"
Before she even speaks, Lyra's going to make sure that her hood is covered. There might be a reason for that. And she immediately, as the hood comes up, she gives off, even though she is stark in image, the warmest of glows, as if it's a best friend that you've known forever, and very likable, very approachable. I'll have whatever you're having.
Oh, well, it's a bit early for whiskey, but not too early for scotch. What'd
What a
you say?
coincidence. Scotch has
So she-
always been my favorite.
Begins to pour and slides a shot, sort of a small glass, not quite a shot, over to you, with 2 fingers of scotch in it. She takes a sip. Are you new in town?
Oh, just passing through.
Oh, I see.
This place seemed to be interesting. It seems like there's
Yes.
been a little bit of a commotion from what I saw outside today.
Entirely true, entirely true. Yes, the commotion is ridiculous. People disappearing, people being murdered and being killed by animals. This is wild.
Animals, you say?
Something. Yes. Poor Errol was all torn up.
So there was Errol, and there was the Kentwood? Kentwood?
Kentwoods are missing, yes, and poor Graben Halfbin was killed as well in his place, in his own home, in the middle of town.
You said Paul. Did you know him?
Oh, we all knew Errol, yeah. He's, well, a looker, if I say so myself. He's quite attractive. Young, well, older man. He had salt and pepper in his beard. And he took care of the horses. So whenever we needed horses, we had to deal directly with Errol, and yeah, he was a good man. Everyone liked him.
Did you have any enemies?
Enemies? No, I don't think so. That would
So
be
it seems
odd.
to me that everyone in this town likes everyone and there's no quarrels whatsoever. That seems the most unlikely of things.
Well, we are, a small town, and so drama gets blown out of proportion every once in a while. But it's a good place. It's a good place.
Is there any moments that you thought may be a little too dramatic for your tastes?
Give me a persuasion roll. So again, that's on the left side of your character sheet, and just click the word persuasion.
Where am I not seeing it? Hold on. I'm blind. Where is
So it's in
No, you're
that
good.
list of lots and lots of words on the
Oh,
left,
okay.
left side that says skills. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. An 8 persuasion. At
Oh,
this,
we're rolling terribly.
at this, she's going to sort of say, "I'm sorry, I don't know you. I don't really want to air our dirty laundry of the town to strangers. I want you to think of us as we are, which is generally very lovely people who like each other and like strangers."
So, can I ask,
Yeah.
I have Heart of Darkness. Is that a one-time thing, or is that a reusable thing?
Oh, interesting. I don't even know what Heart of Darkness is.
So, those that look into your eyes can see that you have faced unimaginable horror, that you are no stranger to darkness. Though they might fear you, commoners will extend every courtesy and do their utmost to help you. Unless you have shown yourself to be a danger to them, they will take arms up to fight alongside you should you face yourself an enemy alone.
Yeah, wow, that's a great background trait. Yeah. Okay, so this will sort of affect her a little bit, and she starts to go, "Look, I'll be as truthful as I can about what's going on here. But please, you must tell me who you are first."
Sorry, that's terribly rude of me. My name is Lyra Nixhart. And you are?
Oh, I'm so sorry. My name is, let me check my notes, Serene Hoofstamp.
Sorry, Serene.
Serene Hoofstamp, yes.
Serene, it is a pleasure.
Oh. Well, thank you. It's pleasure's mine for all newcomers. So, what are you doing exactly here in Godling?
Well, since we're here between friends, and I know I can trust you, and at this is
Scotch
going to look
sisters, maybe?
super deep. Scotch sisters. Well, we are here with my slightly odd but quite lovable friends that you might have seen earlier walking through. There might have been a metal badger included. You
Oh.
might have seen that.
Yes, that was fascinating.
He's quite lovable, even though he looks a little scary. Don't you worry about him.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
We were sent here to take a look-see about what was going on, because we had heard the gossip all the way the town over.
Oh
We
yes,
thought
you're
it'd be a bit of fun.
the detectives that the Leafless hired. Well, yes, I'll contribute any way I know how. I know the people of this town very well. Is there anything you're looking for in particular?
So what we were looking for connections between those murdered? Was that
I think
I'm
so, yeah.
missing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you think of any connections beyond that of normal townsfolk that might have brought on friends that have passed on together?
Oh,
Were they working on anything or
um,
seeing anyone in particular?
well, um, she kind of giggles a little bit at that and then very quickly kind of forms her face again. I can't quite think of any, connections that they might all have. Kentwoods generally keep entirely to themselves, or a bit rude. Frankly, very few like them. Errol, on the other hand, was very pleasant. Everyone liked Errol. He was into everyone's personal life a bit. And Grapin, well, he was very well liked, let's say, especially among the ladies of the town. So much attention to that strapping man. And her eyes sort of drift off to the right a bit.
Serene, do I detect a crush? Is there a little bit of a feeling in there?
Oh, yeah,
Between Scotch girlfriends.
if I'm being honest, not anymore. No.
Well, he is dead, so that would make sense.
Oh,
I'm sorry for your loss.
Yes. I'm afraid there's no connection between them that I can tell you. No.
She rattles her chains.
Yeah.
Right. Um.
The cat's good.
Like, did you hear that?
I did, yes.
Yeah.
He has feelings. Okay, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that we were looking for there.
Listen, if you're looking for a murderer, I don't think there is one in town. Certainly people dislike each other at times, but no one, I'm sure, has such rage in their hearts in town.
Has there been any new visitors besides us recently to town?
No new visitors. Helena just got here a few weeks ago, though.
Helena?
Helena, yes.
And how would I make her out in the crowd? What is she? Who is she?
Oh, Helena Ashglade. She often wears black, so... Well, actually, today that might be sort of difficult to pick out. But she runs Ashglade's occult, sort of on the southern end of town. She... yes, she got here about 3 weeks ago, or so. Set up shop, and has been a delight, a joyful addition to our community. Not everyone loves that she sells occult items, but she's a fine person. But she's the newest addition. I suppose her and Buddy. Buddy got here a couple months ago. Buddy is one of the farm hands that the Mullifers hired to work on their farm. He's a big, strapping half-orc of a man. Also very handsome.
Well, Serene, I truly appreciate all the information. It is such a pleasure to make a new friend. I feel
yes.
like friendship's very important, isn't it?
Agreed, yes.
Well, perhaps we can be Scotch sisters again, and I know I can count on you on times that I might need an extra hand or two, or hoof, in your case.
Yes, of course. Yes, anytime. If I think of anything extra, I'll let you know.
Wonderful. And also, just as a note, I'm very good at writing love songs. So if you
Really?
feel inclined with this strapping young buddy, you please let me know.
Oh, I doubt he would look my way, but thank you so much.
Oh,
I might take you up on that. We'll see.
all right. And then, I don't.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, good. Very good. That is your scene. So now something happens. As several of you are sort of returning from your investigations, you see a dragonborn woman, a red dragonborn woman, running through town and immediately runs over to the leafless estate and pounds on the door. She's then greeted again by Dirklin, who steps outside, and you hear him say, "Oh, Pays, what is wrong? What has gotten you so in a huff?" And you hear her say, "They're back! They're back! My husband and son, they just walked through the door. I just want to let everyone know. Please spread the word. I'm gonna go attend to them, see if they need anything. But thank everyone for their concern. Yes, they're home. They're back. Thank you so much for your prayers. I must go." And then she rushes off again toward the Kentwood estate. Sharia, you catch up to the funeral procession as it's reached the gravesite. A few people are gathering then around the coffin. The gravesite is already beautifully decorated with flowers and sort of a wreath that is hung over it. The gravestone itself is meticulously carved in ornate designs and says "Graben Halfbin, dwarf of note" on it. You then are up here against next to the coffin, and seems like a quick little ceremony is beginning. What would you like to do?
As much as I would like to interrupt the ceremony, I'm not going to.
Okay.
But as soon as the person is done speaking,
Sure.
I will kind of flit over and whisper into their ear, "May I speak with you? May I speak with you? Urgently."
Okay. Right. So the person that is speaking is a goblin named Poncy Toes. And you sort of step over to him as the sort of bearers of the coffin are now carefully leading toward the gravesite. But Poncy sort of says, yeah, what can I do for you?"
You can't bury him yet. You can't bury him yet.
Why not? Is he alive? Open that coffin!
No! He's not alive. We need to see the body. Or the detectives.
What? You need to detect his body.
Well, yes, but
What
no.
sort of freak are you?
No,
My
no,
kind of
we are-
freak, by the way.
Well, we can talk about that later.
Okay.
Yeah, so no.
Yeah.
We are detectives. Me and my friends, we
Oh,
are
okay.
detectives.
Detectives.
And we have been hired to figure out who did this. And
Oh,
we need to see the body.
you think looking at the body is gonna help? Okay.
Yeah.
Bring that over here. A couple of the people sort of set the coffin down on the ground, then next to you. And Poncy just goes over and flips the coffin lid open. Here you go. No
Thank
compulsions
you.
here.
So I would go over and, I'm assuming he's like dressed up
He is.
and they've cleaned him up.
Dressed in finery. Yeah. Very nice, with a single rose tucked in his hands kind of laying on his chest. He looks quite peaceful.
Well, I
Beginning
will
to smell a bit, certainly.
I will proceed to move the rose gently to the side and start unbuttoning his shirt and, undressing him.
You hear Ponzi
Hey,
laughing.
watch
Okay.
your thoughts there, buddy.
Okay.
Because, I gotta see what's going on under there.
Okay.
Not in that way, but
Sure, whatever you want.
gotta see.
Hey, for 4 gold, I'll just fucking leave. You can do whatever you want.
Well, you can watch if you want, but
Does that cost me
you don't.
anything?
No.
No? Okay.
I'm tempted, but no.
Oh, we're all tempted. Okay. I'll just let you be, and he'll just step back a couple more feet.
Hey, what are the other guys doing that were the other people?
Yeah,
doing
the other people are just
there?
kind of sitting around awkwardly. This is weird.
Okay, well,
One of them is a
need to see
strapping half-orc.
Okay. So I will examine the body as much as I can, see if there are any, because he was face down, but.
You can give me a medicine check, if you'd like.
Oh God.
To really examine the body. If you're looking for stuff on the body, that's just investigation.
Could I interest you in athletics?
If you
I'm
want to
terrible.
juggle the body, I suppose.
I'm so terrible at investigation and medicine.
Before we hop into that, one question for you, Andy. How do
Yes.
we want to rule? Mr. Benedict is with her.
True, yes.
Would that count as he could just be helping her?
Yeah. However, if
Ooh.
you control Benedict as you'd like to, go away, and then, yeah.
Yeah, so I would say that Benedict, I'm counting this kind of in the Benedict can take any actions if I'm incapacitated. I'm not here, so
Sure.
he would basically be helping you with what
Great.
you're looking for right now.
Yeah,
So
he's
he's looking and pointing at his nose. And
Yeah,
stuff.
with his claws, he's gently pulling back clothing and stuff, making sure you can see well.
Fabulous. Okay, so what am I rolling again?
So advantage, medicine check.
Okay.
The
What's
small
that
hat
going?
represents Benedict.
Well, it's a 14.
A 14. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so something sort of odd immediately catches your eye. There's a stab wound, sort of right kind of at his sternum level. But that is all of the wounds you actually see on him. You're sort of looking around as best you can. I mean, he's not a naked slab on a body, body on a slab, but he doesn't seem to have many other cuts on him or anything.
Okay. And I'll look at Ponzi and, hey, Ponzi, did you see all of his wounds? Did you see him? Who helped dress him?
Galabray, I think. Mostly tried to dress him and stuff for the ceremony.
Okay. Do you know if I'm missing anything here?
I don't know what you're looking for.
If we turned him over?
His
Can we
penis
turn
is
him
further
over?
down, if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, no, that's not specifically what I was looking
Okay.
for, but I'll take a look anyway.
Okay.
But I think
It's a normal
I just don't want to get you guys all riled up because I'm gonna strip him naked and roll him over and I'll dress him again, but I just need to see if he's got all these wounds
Ew.
or if it's just this one.
Okay.
Just think of me as a doctor. Think of
Okay.
me as a doctor.
We have sort of a doc in town.
Yeah.
She can heal and stuff.
Did she examine him?
I don't think she really did. She's not good with the body. She just sort of calls upon gods to do her work for her.
Okay. Well, do you know what happened? Can you tell me the details?
I don't know what he died. That's all I know. In his house,
Mm.
in the middle
Okay,
of town.
Did you know him?
Oh yeah, everyone knew Errol, or not?
Yeah.
Graben. Yeah, he was good guy.
Yeah.
Good guy, nice guy. Bought stuff from me. It was nice.
Yeah. Did he have any connection to Errol? Did they know each other or were they friends?
I mean, I think Arrow sort of helped him with finances and stuff. Probably looked at the stable's finances. He does that a lot for people in town. That's about it. That's all I can think of.
Okay. And then I'll look at the other people that are gathered there and say, I'm so sorry for all of your loss. Did you all know him well?
Um, the half orc just sort of like kind of lowers his eyes and growls just a little bit. Kind of shakes his head. No. There's also an Arakakra woman, a black raven Arakakra woman, who seems a little joyful and says, well, there's one thing I think that I quite liked about him. It was, I mean, he was always just so nice, and he would come into my shop, and he would always buy like 3 buns from me. He must have had a very good sweet tooth, and just, yes, he was just always so, his smile lit up the room, you know. He's a delightful man. Delightful man.
I'm sorry for your loss. Do you have any idea of who could have done this or what could have done this?
Well, no, not exactly. Everyone liked him. No one wanted him dead. He was a lovely man at the party the other night. At the Hodal festival. He was singing. He was just joyous that night, even more so than normal. His last days must have been filled with joy. That's all I know.
What is the Hodal festival?
Oh, it was a festival. All the sort of patrons in town got together. Ms. Leafless, she was the one that sort of ran the thing. Got all of us together. We sold our wares. We had a good time. We drank. We danced. It was a lovely time. Most of the town was there, I'd say.
So just a town get together.
Yeah, just a town get
For
together.
fun, a chance to.
Good little festival for everyone.
And it all went smoothly. Everyone had a good time.
Everyone had a good time. Helena was there.
Mhm.
She looked lovely.
I don't know Helena.
Oh, Helena Ashglade. She runs Ashglade, a cult over at the south end of town.
Oh,
Lovely
an
woman,
cult
lovely
store.
woman. Easy on the eyes, I'd say. And she was there.
Doesn't necessarily seem like an occult store would fit in a small town like this.
Well, not everyone likes that she's here, but for the most part, I think they're dumb, because she's a delight to be added to the town.
And she does a decent business?
She does very well. I'm in there 3 times a week, I'd say.
Really?
Yes.
If you don't mind, I'm just curious. What are you buying in a cult shop?
Oh, well, I'm into skulls a bit. So
Ooh.
there's I have a lot of skulls in my place. She has lots of material for rituals. She has lots of material for spells if you like to cast spells. It's a good place. It's a good place.
Okay. Let's see. It sounds like it would be very interesting. I think I'll have to stop by.
Oh, sure. Tell her I said hi, please. If you go in.
Absolutely. And what was your name again? I'm so sorry.
My name's Creaky Fawn.
Creaky Fawn.
Yes.
Okay. I'm Sharia.
Sharia, good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. And if you think of anything that you think might
Sure.
be helpful,
Of course,
just let us know.
I'll let you know. Yeah.
And hey, fabulous. And you could sneak a peek at Grayling if you want, but I'm gonna get him dressed now. So
Sure.
just let you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Uh,
He's very handsome, but he's not exactly my type, if you know what I mean.
I think I might.
Fair enough. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Dress him, please. Yeah. Lady Leafless
Oh.
will not like him going in the ground naked.
Oh
She's-
no, we would never do that.
She can be a bit of a prude, if you catch my drift.
Well, yeah, but she wouldn't. She wouldn't even know. I start to giggle maliciously.
That's true, she wouldn't.
Oh,
You
that'd
do
be
what you
so
got to
funny.
do. I'll be over here talking to Ponzi.
Maybe we'll just have to do that. Okay. Mr. Benedict, did you roll him over for me? And I'll come back and look. Is that Mr. Benedict's hat?
Yes. Yeah, he's rolled over. He's undressed
Any
him,
marks
basically.
on his back?
Nothing.
And so just the one stab wound. Okay.
Which
Uh,
your brief medical knowledge would, I mean, if he got the heart or something, yes, there would be a ton of blood. But it would have to be, like, drained over a long period of time, essentially, to sort
Yeah,
of make the amount of blood that you've heard of so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it would seem to me that it would, like, not, if it was just a stab, it would not go everywhere like
Indeed.
that. But,
Yeah.
okay. So I will then very carefully place his clothes on top of him.
Yeah. Okay.
And put the rose back and
Okay.
then close the coffin lid.
Sounds good.
And
All right, and the
Big ol'
pallbearers lower him into the grave, and Buddy at this point starts putting dirt on the coffin. Very good. So that concludes round number 1. So a couple hours have passed, and you all meet up back at the tavern to sort of share what you've learned and to strategize for what to do next. As a note to my players, do you mind if we just kind of keep going and you can take breaks when it's not your scene? And instead of stopping everything for a few minutes, is that cool?
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. So manage fluids as you need to when it's not your scene, and we'll catch you up when you come back if you need something. Cool. All right. We'll keep going then. Excellent. So strategy. What would you all like to do next? If you want, we can roll initiative again to sort of see the order in which we do things, in case that has any bearing on your decisions. So let's do that. Click on your icon, and then initiative in your character sheet. Lovely.
oh my god, I rolled a 3.
Oh no.
We're not rolling great tonight.
Well, yeah,
Alright.
initiative 5, then 3.
So we're gonna start with Desdemona, go to Sebastian, then Lyra, then something happens, then Sharia.
So, like, do we get time to talk to
Yes.
each other and debrief? before we
Absolutely.
do those
Debrief
things?
and plan for the next, if you'd like.
Okay. So, Lomas is weird. But he didn't really want to talk to me. He's lying and hiding something. And I could burn his house down, and that might get results. Or I could tear out his throat with my teeth because I'm so hungry. And so tired of living forever. But
It's been 2
anyway,
hours.
his story is pretty sus. Supposedly, he found Errol, grabbed his bow, heard him scream, found him, didn't have arrows, didn't see the monster, just saw Errol all torn up, didn't get arrows in the intervening time, and then supposedly saw a dire wolf like 2 days ago in town out past his window that he supposedly ran all the way to the general store to get arrows for, and then ran all the way back and supposedly shot, but then never bothered to follow up and confirm the kill, even though he's supposedly convinced that this direwolf is who killed his supposed friend, Errol. So he's definitely hiding some shit.
Just a note,
I think that's pretty sus.
the general store would have been the Prancing Buckler here.
So we would have run out past the wolf, then back, To shoot.
Apparently, yes. So
Wolf was
he's
super chill.
seriously lying. I don't know
What's
if
your
somebody
problem?
wants to talk to him
Easy.
again. He's a fucking liar, though. Also, he supposedly believes that Errol was killed by the supposed direwolf that he supposedly shot, but has no explanation. I didn't ask him, but I don't know how you explain Graben then. But I don't think he's gonna talk to me more. I don't know how to get him to talk. I mean, I did threaten him with torture. We could do that.
I'd love to do that. That'd
Yeah,
be
I threatened
great.
him with you.
That'd be
Uh,
great. Um,
Perhaps we don't
well,
need to advance to that just yet.
it's sort of fun, but Graven was stabbed once. That's it, right there.
But he was
Nothing
supposed
else.
to have bled so much. Was there
I-
blood, Sebastian, when you checked out his house?
Oh, copious amounts, yes. He appeared to have been in bed at the time, and there was blood, though, on both sides, as if he had been bled both outside the blankets and under the blankets.
Or as if somebody else bled heavily in the room?
Also a
Or
possibility,
somebody
yes.
just threw pig's blood everywhere?
I suppose a consideration.
Do
The lock,
we have? Sorry.
the lock seemed significant. I would have had difficulty picking it. The window was less secure, but there was no signs of anything having been hidden, any signs of anything missing.
Well, that's fucking weird. What were you gonna ask?
Do we have technology to figure out blood types? Like, could we figure out if there are two different people's blood?
Or if one
In
of
that
them is pig's
room?
blood?
Yeah, or
If
chicken
you
blood.
if you use one of the powers that I've given you, that is
So it's probably a
something
thing that I could
be.
use.
I'll go intimidate the blood.
Sebastian will also lay 3 small metal tiles sort of on the table. I'm assuming we're back out of the way
Sure.
of everyone.
Yeah.
The other things that I found was that there was a small teddy bear, blue and pink, as you can see here. It was magical. I'm unsure of what type of magic, but
It's not a teddy bear.
what?
You said you laid tiles on the table. That's not a teddy bear.
It shows the image of it.
We've gone over this at least 40 times. The picture on it is the thing that I am referring to.
That's
Do you
just a tile. Look, I have lived so long. You can't trick me into thinking that's a
You are
teddy
younger than I am.
Yes, it's
Again.
not a trick.
But teddy bear, blue and pink, seemed magical. Lock of good standing. I didn't detect any signs that scratches, etc., of someone having fiddled with it. And then you can see the blankets with blood on both sides. Nothing seemed out of place. Doesn't seem as if theft was a motive. I don't know what else to say about
Lyra,
it.
what did you find?
You say Lyra? What did you find?
Yeah.
Lyra, or what did you find?
Sorry, I was distracted by my cat. There's-
You're good.
So, I made a new friend. Well, maybe a friend. She's a bit more sus than I would have suspected at first.
Everyone in this town is sus.
Indeed. They all do seem quite suspicious, don't they? They all are very calm with each other, and they all find the best in them, which is great, but also very suspicious in this sort of situation when there's murder around. I found my new friend, Serene, and she gave me a little bit of information about a Helena Ashblade and the occultist shop. She's been here for about 3 weeks, and she doesn't seem to fit in with everyone here. And she also told me about a new farmhand called Buddy, who she found to be quite attractive. I thought it was kind of cute. I told them I would write them a love song. But he also appeared recently, and we didn't know much information about them. Otherwise, she said that they were all generally well liked in their way, and that they didn't really connect with each other outside of just basic town knowledge. So either she's lying, which she might have been actually, because there was no one else in the tavern until she followed me in there. And that in itself is a bit suspicious, especially on the night of a wake. I feel like someone should be in there drowning their sorrows. And I believe that we need to go make a visit to Helena.
Definitely, Helena. I spoke to someone named Creaky Fawn that really likes Helena. She goes into her shop like 3 times a week and buys skulls. And she told me about the stuff that's in the shop. And she said that a lot of people don't like Helena, but that she really does. I think she has a crush on her.
Oh, that's cute. The cute crushes of these poor mortal beings.
Okay.
So it sounds like Helena is a person of interest. Lomas is lying out his ass.
I would love to go intimidate.
And the woods are back.
It does. Yes.
Wait, do we know that the Kentwoods
What?
are back?
The Kentwoods are back.
Do we
At
know
least
that?
three of us who I think stayed in town were close
Okay.
enough to hear that, and then probably,
You told
I-
Sharia when.
Sharia
Okay.
wouldn't have known that until we had said that. So
Anything else we need to follow
one
up on?
one other question: has anyone heard anything with regard to the leafless? Considering they hired us for this, any other information, perceptions of them?
Creaky said she's kind of a prude.
Interesting.
After I buried the body, well, after I examined the body, I didn't clothe him again very well. I just kind of laid his clothes on top, and she would hate
so
that.
tiny.
Yeah. Could have had Mr. Oh no, Benedict. Mr. Benedict helped me, but no. Creaky and I had a little laugh about it.
Lomas didn't talk about them at all to me. He was too busy lying about arrows and other things.
The other thing that I'd noticed was that in Graydon's house, the window in his bedroom opens onto the room of Mrs. Leafless. But I don't know if that has any connection.
Wait, there's a window between rooms?
There's a small courtyard.
Yeah.
And so his bedroom is located on the back of his house, and it appears that her room similarly is on the back of their estate, leaving the windows with a clear view of each other.
Alright. So is the leaf is what's Galadriel? I don't remember her fucking name. Mrs.
Galbraith.
Leafless.
Yeah.
Galbraith, also a person of interest. Then we have the Kentwoods, Lomas, Helena, and Galbraith.
Yes, she had mentioned that. You said that there was only a single knife wound in her.
One single knife wound.
But
Right
she
there.
had described it as having a large sort of gaping hole in him, like the other, and so it seems like that came from, I would assume then, just ignorance. She didn't see the body at all.
But she found the body.
Maybe she didn't look because there was so much blood and she's a prude and she didn't want to see it.
Everybody in this town lies.
I'm trying to remember.
Drain
Who
them.
did you say dressed the body originally?
Galbraith.
So it was. So Galbraith absolutely should have.
So she would have cleaned him up then, yeah.
So she should have
she
known
should-
exactly the wound he
So
had.
retcon, you know.
Concerning.
They're all liars.
They are.
I think that perhaps I should, considering that I looked at the last crime scene, head to which was it? Timwit's home. Errol. Perhaps I should investigate Errol's home / where he was found, which I believe was the hunting sheds. See if I can find any similarities or anything there.
Do you think it'd be worth digging up Errol to see if he was really mauled by an animal?
I mean, I feel like Sebastian's gonna pause and like look over. You are a badger.
And I do enjoy looking over the dead bodies.
I'm
You didn't hear
wondering
that.
if perhaps you should go and do a threatening conversation with
Ooh, yes, yes,
this
yes.
Loomis, who seems to be
Yes, yes.
saying untrue things.
Well, either that or Lyra. You said you wanted Lyra, right? Lyra, not Lyra.
Lyra.
Am I saying your name wrong? Okay. Or Lyra could try being her sweet, charming self. Maybe good cop bag. I don't know. I don't know what's the best option, but I think he's hiding something.
Also, don't
Go
forget about
together.
your powers in case your one-off powers, your ultimates, in case you really need something out of someone.
Just as a question, Andy,
Yes.
how many rounds roughly are you thinking we're gonna do?
I think it's about 4-ish.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure vis-a-vis like spending resources.
Good. Yeah.
I'm going to go talk to the Kentwoods and see why they're back in town when they could be spending their short, tragic lives somewhere more interesting.
Might we consider you and Lyra going to talk to them, considering that they've both disappeared? There was someone else behind. Perhaps both of you could find out more that way. It does seem like if these are in any way connected, they're going to be the most relevant party.
If they lie to me like everybody else in town has, I'm going to rip their throats out and drink all their blood.
Go for it.
If they lie to you, I'm going to watch. I won't stop you.
Good.
But I do have an interest in this Helena, so if someone does have a little conversation with her, don't spoil her too much until I get there.
All right. So, are we going with Sebastian's going to the hunting sheds?
I kind of
Or-
wanted to do hunting sheds / Timwits.
Sure.
Because I figure I looked at the crime scene. I don't know how much there's going to be to look at in the hunting sheds.
Sure thing.
And then it would also be like, did I find another pink and blue teddy bear?
Gotcha.
Or
Yeah. Sharia is going to Lomis's. And Lyra and Desdemona are going to head to the Kentwoods
So whose initiative do we go on for that? Then?
for the higher one. So Desmond.
Does it... Would it be possible to send Mr. Benedict to exhume Errol?
You could have him dig up Errol. Sure. I don't think Mr. Benedict can tell a lot, but it'll be ready for you to investigate next turn if you'd like.
Yes, but just so that we
Okay.
could like actually do it instead of spending
Sure.
one of our turns just digging him up. Sort of learn. Yes, Mr. Benedict, if you would be so kind, there should be a grave marked with Errol Timwit. If you could just go ahead and dig that up for us, that'd be wonderful.
I would have also told Sharia before she left, oh, and if you're gonna go try to scare Lomas into talking, maybe don't knock. He's hiding something, and he seemed a little confused and upset at having a visitor.
Lovely. I'll just find my way right in. Who can resist a fairy godmother, right?
Barbarian fairy godmother. I love it. All right. Well, let's begin this turn then. So Desdemona and Lyra, you approach the Kentwoods, and you almost imagine that there should be sounds of rejoicing and singing and food being prepared and catching up on what happened. But it's just dead quiet by the time you get here. You don't hear any voices inside. Don't even really hear people moving around too much.
Lyra, I'm gonna go around to the back door. You wait. Count of 30, maybe. Give me time to get back there and then knock. I want to see what these people are doing.
Absolutely. I'll just be my charming self right here at the front. But word of advice, perhaps don't lead with your hunger and your desire to woe is me your existence. at the back door.
But I'm so hungry.
No,
And my
darling.
existence is pain.
I know, darling. I promise we will get you a snack. You might be able to find one here at the party.
If
Or
they lie
lack
to me,
thereof.
there would be a snack.
Well, as I said, I won't stop you, but perhaps let's not lead with that.
Alright.
That might not helpful. Important and valid, but not helpful.
Give me time to start breaking in, and then you distract them up front. Scream if you need me.
Will do.
So I'm gonna cut to the back. I'm trying to be sneaky.
Okay. So give me a stealth check. As you, one of the windows is shuttered, but it's open, so you can try to slide on in.
21. I finally can roll.
21, very nice. You feel like you can easily sort of slip into one of the bedrooms. And there's no one in here at the moment. This might be the master bedroom. It seems a rather large bed and a big bare rug on the floor.
Cool. I'm gonna get in there, and I'm listening because I want to hear, I should be able to hear them if they're talking. And then I'm also looking for anything that seems weird or out of place or interesting.
Okay, and give me a perception check.
10.
Okay. You do not hear any voices still in this house, and you're looking around, and most everything seems normal. It almost makes you wary that it looks like someone slept on only one side of the bed last night, but then you remember, oh, he wasn't here last night. He just got in, so that makes sense. Other than that, there's not a lot. There's a loaded crossbow in the corner that is just sort of leaning up against the sort of armoire. And you even sort of look in there, and there's just like sort of rough clothes. Some are dirtied with mud still, that have a hard time getting cleaned. Just sort of looks pretty normal in here.
And I don't hear anything?
Not yet. Lyra, you take a knock on the door. I assume. Is that what you're doing? Knocking on the door? Okay. So you rap on the door. And Desdemona, you do hear then a whisper, a pretty loud whisper at this point that says, someone's here. Don't move. Don't move.
What gender do I think the voice is?
You feel like that's female. Yeah. And then Opaze, the red dragonborn woman, comes up to the door. Yes. Hello? Who are you?
Hello. I am. Oh my god, my words. I don't know who I was for a second. I am Lyra, and who are you?
I am Opaze Kentwood.
Oh, Paige, what a pleasure to meet you. You have quite beautiful skin.
Thank you.
Must get your regime.
I'm not in the mood to buy anything. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, I'm not here to buy. I'm here to sell.
Right. I don't want to buy. You can leave whenever you want.
You might want to buy what I'm about to sell.
Are you threatening me? What is this?
No, not at all.
Colonel? Colonel, would you mind coming to the front here? And you hear some, kind of loud thumps, footsteps, and then opening the door very slowly from his wife is a very large, burly dragonborn, a bit of a rotund belly. And he just kind of looks at his wife and just sort of looks at you. And there's just this weird, awkward silence for a moment.
So while Lyra is distracting them, I'm going to try to sneak out of the bedroom to see mostly who Opaze was saying don't move to.
Okay.
And also if I find sketchy things.
Yeah, so you start kind of looking around in the back. There's another door sort of across the hall from this bedroom.
Where did it sound like Opay's voice was coming from?
Yeah, it's hard to tell with your 10 perception.
Alright, I'll very quietly and carefully open that door.
Okay. So you quietly open that door, and you see a young dragonborn child sitting on the bed, staring out the window.
Does he see me?
He doesn't look your way.
Does he look injured?
Not from this vantage point, no.
And he's looking down where probably out the window where his parents are talking?
It's all one story, and he's just looking. He'd be looking out the north end of the, toward a couple buildings. Essentially, it's not a good view.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ease. How old does he look?
Dragonborn, probably 12, maybe.
Okay, so I'm going to ease quietly in and quietly shut the door behind me.
Okay. As you're doing that, Lyra, what are you doing up at the front?
So the what is it? Opay's and
Colonel.
what's Colonel?
Yeah.
Have we talked to them before? No, we haven't had any conversation at all with them. Okay.
Nope. This
And
was.
they're the ones that
yeah.
disappeared, and I thought they had been killed too, but they're back, so we're trying to figure out why they're back. We haven't had a chance to talk to them at all yet.
So yeah, they're just sort of looking at you, Lyra. What do you want?
Forgive me for being so outright. That was not very kind of me, knowing of what has happened to you. I'm so sorry. I am an investigator that was hired to learn about your situation as to what your disappearance was. And I just wanted to come over in a show of good faith and good care to see how you were. And perhaps play you an inspirational, relaxing song, as I am quite the songstress and well known for my talents.
Oh, well, actually, that sounds lovely. Sure. Come in. I believe my husband is quite stressed. And she'll sort of kind of lead you in and start walking in. Colonel is just standing at the door, though. It's not that he's not letting you in, it's just that he's standing there, just sort of blankly looking out at the woods behind you.
Do you see a fascination to the woods there, sir?
He doesn't answer you.
Is that the same? No, I wouldn't know this, and neither would Chelsea. But is that
But
the
for the
same
audience.
direction that the child is staring?
No.
Okay.
Nope, that'd be a different direction. Yeah.
One clarifying question.
Please.
Is this man's name something that sounds like Colonel, or is this the military title Colonel?
You're not exactly sure. That's all she's called him. And his
Okay.
wife called him that, so it feels more like a name.
It's like we've gotten very aristocratic if she's referring to
I
him
love
by
it.
his military rank.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But Lyra, you can sort of squeeze in past him if you'd like, because he does not seem to be answering you.
Yes, and at that, I would definitely try to see what he's looking at in a
Sure.
non-descript sort of way to see if there's anything there that.
Yeah, give me a
Do I
perception
see anything?
check,
Yeah.
please. Yeah.
Let's see. 17.
17. You feel pretty good that you can match his eye line, and it's 1,000-yard stare toward the woods that are about 100 yards away. Like it's just he's not looking at anything.
Is there anything odd about like his demeanor, or does he just zombie-ish?
Right. You remember from your friend Serene that he's kind of a gruff dude who's very rude and people just don't like him really. This seems not that. This seems docile and not engaged even with the world around him a bit.
Beg your pardon, Colonel, but are you interested in the song and a little bit of a chat? Or shall you just continue to stare off into nothing?
At this, he very slowly starts to kind of look down at you. And at this, also Opays. Oh, I'm so sorry. He's been like this since he's gotten back. I apologize. Colonel, please, would you come back in? And very slowly he'll sort of turn around and come back in, leaving the door open. And she goes over, shuts the door behind you all, and sort of guides him to sit down at a table in the kitchen. Sits down on the opposite side of him and says, "If you don't mind, please, a song might actually brighten our day and remind us that this is a joyous time." And at this, Desdemona, you are in this room. This child should be aware of your presence, and yet is still just staring out the window.
Hey, kiddo. I'm here to help you.
Okay.
I'm gonna go over to the kid and kind of crouch down next to them, like you do usually with a much younger kid. But this kid seems like things have been a little hard for him. Does he look, now that I'm closer? Does he look physically okay?
Yes. Yeah. Just kind of staring out the window, even when you crouch down in front of him.
How are you feeling?
Fine. Fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah? You feel
Yeah.
good?
Good.
You know, everybody was really worried about you.
Okay.
Where were you?
I don't know.
How long? They've been gone.
So
3 days?
between then and today, yeah, they've been gone 3 days.
And he looks fine physically, like not at all the worse for wear. Okay.
Correct. You can give me like an investigation if you really kind of want to, like, look, but
Sure, I'll do that real quick.
okay.
12?
12. I mean, you're kind of looking him over. He's not moving. He's not, doing anything essentially. You do notice there's blood on the inside of his collar, and it just wasn't quite enough to seep through the shirt, it seems. But there's blood on the inside of his collar and down in his shirt just a little bit.
But I don't see a wound.
Nope, no wound.
What happened to your shirt there?
And he very slowly. Oh. That's it.
Do you remember what happened before you don't remember? Before you were gone?
No.
What's the last thing you remember?
I don't remember.
Do you remember your name?
Opays?
Yeah. Do you remember how old you are?
Nope.
Where are we right now?
We're inside.
Inside what?
A house, I think.
Whose house is this?
Mine?
Yeah, This is your house.
Okay. You actually see him just start to loosen up just a little bit.
I think this is your bedroom, even. Does this look like a 12-year-old's bedroom?
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, you see your toys, and it's just all how you left it.
Those are mine?
Yeah, those are your toys.
He immediately walks over and gets out a couple things. Starts to kind of play with them.
I'll sit down and play with him. They're just kind of like, he's 12,
Alright.
not a fucking toddler, but...
Yeah. Very good. And Lyra, are you performing a song for the parents?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Lyra has pulled out a flute and is giving the most joyous but slightly sad song, because everything has a slightly sad undertone with her.
Of course.
But it is masked well with a pretty melody with a sad bottom.
Lovely. Lovely. At this, when you finish, Opay's just feels like she's smiling, and she kind of looks up to her husband, and then her face goes grave and white. And you also look at his face, and just tears are just rolling down his face that doesn't seem to show much sadness. Just tears. She kind of wipes them away quickly.
And he still has the same general demeanor that he had at the door.
Correct.
Opays, may we have a word, lady to lady, and leave your husband to collect himself?
Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, stay right here. You're fine. Just please stay at the table. And then she'll kind of walk over to the front door, essentially with you. I'm sorry. And she starts to kind of cry a little bit as well.
No need to apologize. You've been through quite the ordeal.
Indeed. Sorry. I guess I sort of felt that they would come back. I didn't exactly expect how they would come back, I guess. They've really not said anything to me for the last hour. They don't seem interested in eating. I suppose though it just needs time, right? Is that it? Just some time to readjust. Perhaps they saw something very scary in the woods or something. I mean, Lomas was kind of like this a little bit after Errol's death. He was in shock with his friend dying, so maybe they're just sort of in shock, I guess. That's it, right?
I can give you two answers, dear. I can give you the answer that you want to hear, and I can give you the answer that may not be so kind. Which would you like to hear?
Please do not be kind to me. I need to hear it.
You are very well aware that something odd has happened since they have returned.
Yes.
And we are trying our best to learn why, and how, and who. But if no one tells us anything, and keeps their lips shut as if this is a perfect town and nothing exciting happened, we will not be able to accomplish anything. So if there's anything that you can think of that may not be heard, even if it's not pretty, I need you to tell me. So when they returned, can you tell me exactly what happened from your point of view? How did it feel? How were they? How did they appear?
Of course, I will be honest. I was watching clothes, hanging them on the line, when I just saw them slowly walking out of the woods. And I ran to them immediately, and I kissed them and I hugged them, and they were just so cold and quiet that I feel ashamed, but I also just needed to get away from them for a moment. And I ran into town, and I told everyone that they're fine and that they're back. And then I came straight home. They were inside, and I tried to cook them meals. They didn't even look at the food. And they've just been sitting here, and I've been trying to just sit with them and give them time. My son is in his bedroom. I can go get him if you'd like. But yes, that's exactly what happened. They didn't have any wound on them at all. They just seemed, I don't know, out of it, I guess.
Sorry, I'm just trying to look if there's anything I can use.
Yeah. While you look that up, Desdemona, that the child is playing with a few toys. He then pulls out what looks to be a blue and pink little teddy bear, and starts kind of running it along the edge of the toy box.
That's a cute bear. Where did you get that?
I got it from in here. The toy box.
Oh yeah, of course. Duh. I should have known that.
Duh, I should have known that.
Can I see it? It's so cute.
He'll slowly hand it to you.
I'm not magic at all.
Okay.
But I know that what's his fuck? Sebastian said this is magic. I'm gonna not ignore. I'm gonna turn it over and look at it and kind of investigate it to see if I can figure out anything about it.
Sure, give me an investigation check. 9. You're looking it over. There's a little bit of embroidery on the back that is just 2 letters, AO, and nothing else that you can see. Just a tiny bit of embroidery, and then it's just a normal sort of pink and blue bear.
This is such a cool bear. Can I have it?
No.
Oh. What if I gave you something in a trade for it?
Is it another
What if
toy? I've never had toys before.
You've never had toys before?
Can I have a toy? You can have the bear if I get a toy.
Sure. So this is one of my favorite toys. I use it a lot. I really like it. It's
Okay.
a disguise kit. You can make yourself look different with this.
He immediately starts rummaging through it and picks up a mustache and puts it on.
You look so different.
Here you go. Mugen. Here you go. And he'll hand you the pink and blue bear.
Thank you. I'll cherish it. Where did you hear that name, Opes?
The woman out there trying to feed me.
The woman said Opes.
Yeah.
What? Did she call you Opes?
I don't know.
That's okay. We all don't know things sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, and his room also has a window if you need to make a escape or something.
Cool, that's good. Where does the window face?
It faces north to a few more buildings. So it's sort of in this corner here that looks up toward Shinner's locksmithy and that sort of thing.
Okay.
And he's just sort of mindlessly now playing with his toys. He's especially the disguised kid, and he's almost forgot you're here, it looks like.
Is he acting like age appropriate for a 12-year-old?
Not really. No.
Can I
Excuse me.
make? I'm not magic at all, but can I
You
do
keep
like a
saying that.
medicine check? Well, I'm not. Can I do a medicine check to kind of see
Sure.
if this is anything like I could figure out what this is?
Sure, yeah.
Shock. 11.
11. You're looking him over. Not a lot. Yeah. He just looks like a normal little red dragonborn kid. As far as you can tell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I hear Lyra and presumably Opez in the living room or
Yes,
wherever?
a little bit. You hear voices, yeah.
Okay.
And Lyra, Opez just says, I'm sorry, I think, if you don't mind leaving, I think I just need to attend to my husband and son.
How, being perceptive, how do I believe that they have that sort of relationship prior? Would she have done that sort of thing to him? How can I find that out?
She feels very doting on him this whole time. Like, this is pretty second nature to her. Just sort of
Okay.
doting on making sure his needs are met, caring for the child. This seems pretty second nature to her, so yeah, pretty normal, I'd say.
So be it, absolutely. Well, if you're in need of another healing song, or if you need anything, you know where to find us. We're staying in town for at least another day or two until we solve all of this. And if you have any thoughts or
Do you really
anything that
think
could help
all of
us-
this is connected? Everything. What happened to Graben and my husband and son?
It's a little too coincidental to not be. Similar effect, similar returns.
Then maybe you need to
Little
talk to
too
Diana
calm.
Molifer about what happened to Graben.
And where may I find Diana, if you so kindly
She's
please?
probably at the farm, Molifer Farms, south of town.
South
Thank-
is not the direction of the farm that you can see from Lomas's house, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much, Opez and Colonel, for your time. And I shall show myself out.
Thank you. Mugen's getting in trouble.
Do I hear like them walking back towards the front of the house so I know this is kind of good time to leave?
Yes, yeah, you hear an exit, you hear them just barely saying goodbye, so now would be the perfect time to slip out the window.
Okay. So
Give me one more stealth check, if you don't mind.
humble upland. 8. I can't roll for shit tonight.
8. As you're standing on the toy box, ready to dip out the window, the toy box just tips over, spilling toys across the floor. You hear dun 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 dun. Like immediately, the door is quickly opened, and in the doorway, as you're dipping out the window, you sort of see over your shoulder a very large red dragonborn male, who's frantically looking around the room.
I know, like, I don't have a lot of time to see him, but does he look like angry, scared, alarmed?
Angry and alarmed, yeah. moved very fast. Yeah. But
And he
you quickly
reacted to that.
dip down your head below the window before he sees you, you think.
Does he sound like he's coming towards the window?
No, it sounds just like he's standing here waiting, looking around to see if there's any
Then
danger.
I'm going to hide below the level of the window because I want to hear if anything happens.
Okay. What languages do you speak?
I don't know. Common and Elvish.
Okay. You hear a language you don't understand, very low, very deep, and then a small answer in a language you don't understand.
Do I recognize the language or have guesses to what it might be?
No idea. Maybe Draconic?
I'm
I mean,
very
they're
old.
Dragonborn.
Very old, Andy.
I hear you. I hear what you're saying, yes. But yeah, you don't really...
Can I, quickly, phonetically, make a memory in my mind? Make a memory in my mind.
As best you can, sure.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
You make a memory in your mind.
Thanks. And I will meet up with Lyra. I would want to, if Lyra hasn't left yet, I would want to probably check out the outside of the house like I did with Lomas.
Okay. Yeah, give me an investigation check. You and Lyra just kind of now walking around the perimeter of the place.
Quietly. Can she also make one since she's checking it out
Yes,
with me?
please. Or advantage if you want to just help.
I want her to also make one.
Okay.
Investigation, you said?
Yes.
Ooh.
Fuck. So 11 and 6.
Cool. You see an axe in a wood pile on one side, and that's it. Everything else just seems normal.
Okay.
All right, very good. So Sebastian, you're sort of heading over to the hunting grounds or the hunting shed, as well as Timwit's place. What would you kind of like to check out first?
So he was found face down in the hunting sheds.
Yes.
So I first want to get to where he was found.
Okay. Yeah, you wander over, and while the blood is soaked certainly into the grass, it's stained red in a very large area around this body, around where the body was found. So it's pretty obvious to you where it was.
With what I know about bodies, bleeding, wounds, murder between military background, etc. This is kind of a strange question. Does this amount of blood feel right to me? And in the circumstances that we've had described?
Yeah, give me a medicine check, let's say.
It's a fumble.
Interesting. So again, how we do fumbles is I'll either say something entirely wrong or entirely right. Either way, Sebastian believes it. To you, this makes a lot of sense. That there must have been a fight here and a struggle, and it is a little reminiscent of some pretty severe animal attacks that you've seen over the years.
I have Devil's Sight on as I'm sort of scanning the area as well, so anything magical should ping.
Nothing pings. Yeah. And give me an investigation check just for looking around the area.
Yeah, and I was going to say that given if I think that there was this makes sense to me that there might have been a struggle and blah, blah, blah with this amount of blood, do I see the other things that I would associate with there was a struggle here, et cetera, et cetera.
Cool. So either survival if you're looking for tracks or something, or investigation if you just, trying to read the scene.
I lost Sebastian.
Sebastian!
Or not Sebastian, Benedict.
Benedict.
11.
11. Yeah, you get the sense that there's some that the grass is sort of uprooted in places, that this does look like a struggle. But you're not able to see like tracks or tell like what kind of thing was fighting him.
But that would feel significantly different from what I saw with Graben.
Right, definitely.
Where there was no sign of a struggle. It
Exactly.
seemed like stab, dead, exsanguination. This is a fight.
You see just a little bit of blood sort of leading away from the mass of blood in the middle. Some drops of blood sort of leading toward the woods a little bit.
Okay.
And that's kind of, all you see in this area. Again, the hunting sheds are empty. Did you want to go to Timwood's place?
Yes, sorry. I was writing down my notes.
Totally.
So I think that I would do the same thing again. And so Timwit wasn't found dead in his house. The blood trail is not leading towards the house. It's leading towards the woods.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Timwit's place, again, is boarded up as well. But you pry a few boards off and are able to slip in the front door. So here, the scene doesn't appear to be disturbed, at all. In fact, there is, some moldy food, like half-eaten on a plate. A full glass of wine sits on the counter below the window that's facing west. His coat is hanging on the coat rack. And then he's got a desk sort of in the corner with a couple books open. And looks like he was writing a letter and that sort of thing.
Coat is still hanging up. I think that I'm going to move to the window where the wine glass is.
Mm-hmm.
And you said it's a full wine glass.
Right.
And there's food moldering.
There's even a bottle next to the wine glass, uncorked.
Okay. I want to look out the window and I want to pay very close attention. Like, what do I see? Like, what is in my frame of view looking out this window?
You see very clearly the space of stained red blood next to the shed, with the wool, with the woods behind it.
Okay.
So you have mostly a very good view of that area.
And it's not like, I'm not looking into Loomis's house, or it's pretty much that spot by the sheds and then the woods beyond.
Yes.
I'm going to pull out one of the metal plates and tap it with Thieves' Tools pick, and it's just sort of an image of what I see.
Mm-hmm.
Slide that into a pocket, go back, and even at a casual glance, does the food with its mold, the sort of wine, and like me, you're very sensitive to the scent of wine, because I hate it. Does this make sense of like it's been however many days it's supposed to have been? Like, does this line up?
Yeah, give me a survival check.
I saw that one try to roll and was like, please stop. 6.
6. It seems probably about. You could probably get more accurate with it, but
no strong feelings, but it doesn't seem crazy.
Right, doesn't seem crazy at all.
It's not like, an inch thick carpet of mold on it.
Not at all. It's just kind of molding, and so that makes total sense that it was a couple weeks old.
Okay, then with that, I think I'll turn my attention to the desk. And you said it looked like he'd been writing a letter. Is there like an inkwell open with like a quill? Like, what is the state of the desk? Does it seem suddenly interrupted, or?
It doesn't seem suddenly interrupted. It seems like he wrote a letter and just waiting for the ink to dry before he was packing it in an envelope.
Okay, so like there's an envelope, there's an open sheet of paper
Mm-hmm.
with a letter.
Yep, the quill's still in the inkwell.
Okay.
And the letter is addressed to Lomas, and it's just asking him to have breakfast in the morning. And there's also a book open on the desk that looks almost like a ledger of something, like recordings of things.
And then there's okay. If I want to then, I'm gonna take the letter.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm generally cautious, and I'm going to slide on gloves and then put that in a pocket. And then I'm gonna first and foremost look at the page that the ledger is open to, and like I want to look at that really carefully before I sort of turn pages and look at other things.
Sure thing. Yeah, so it's a ledger for Molifer Farms and their essential accounts, and where their money's going, how much they're making, that sort of thing. And the entries that you're open to are from 3 months ago. You see that there was an initial contract signed for a farmhand named Buddy. However, it looks like they're overpaying him based on the contract. And then you flip a couple of pages ahead, and yeah, it looks like Buddy's been getting a lot more money than was originally in the contract, it seems.
So like I have essentially details of the contract, and then he's being overpaid, not in the sense of they signed a contract that was too rich for a farmhand. Like the
Right.
contract says you get paid 5 and the deductions are 10.
Right.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. In our collective knowledge, we've repeatedly heard that Errol does a lot of the like bookkeeping.
Mm-hmm.
Do I see evidence of a bunch of other ledgers? Do I see huge gaps, or like?
Sure.
You said that this one, like, it was identifiably the farms.
Mm-hmm.
Is this all of his accounts? Is this just a ledger for the farms account?
It also appears that the locksmithing ledger is here as well. From Spinner's Locksmith.
Do I see any other ledgers in this sort of work area?
Nope. Seems like that's about it right here. Yeah.
Quickly look through the drawers of the desk.
Right. Yeah. You see a very nice abacus that is hidden away in one drawer. You see a small little is it troubadour for cigars? Is that what I'm thinking of? I don't know. The case of cigars.
Humidor?
What am I thinking of?
Oh, are you humidor?
A humidor, not a troubadour.
I was gonna say a troubadour is someone who plays instruments.
A humidor of cigars. And yeah, and then sort of a nice, like, kind of pen knife for opening letters, it looks like, mostly.
Okay. So,
That's about it.
and everything seems sort of congruent with him being a bookkeeper / accountant.
Indeed, yeah.
if I don't see any other ledgers here, and this is, I assume, sort of his living room, kitchen, dining room.
Yeah, you just see the locksmithy one. That's it. That's the only other one.
Is that a separate book, or is that mixed
Yes.
in?
Yeah,
Okay,
separate
that
book.
is fully
Yeah.
a separate book.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll take a look at that as well.
Yeah, so you sort of flip through it. The Spinner's Locksmithy does very little business. It shouldn't. It makes very little money. It's run. It's run by someone named Spinner, and it doesn't seem to be doing well. It's not really losing money because they don't really pay a lot, but it's making maybe a few gold a month, a couple gold a month or something. And there's an entry for there's an entry for someone got a key made so 3 entries of keys being made prior to Errol's death, if the book is, the date stops there essentially, and 3 keys were made. It doesn't say like where or anything, it just says the client. One of them was Helena, one of them was Ponzi, and another key was made for Galabray.
And so that doesn't include purpose of key, just includes the client. Are the charges all the same?
Yep, charges are all the same. So something about request of key, charge the same.
Okay.
That's it.
Looking across these 2 ledgers,
Mhm.
does this feel like Errol is accurately keeping books? Like,
Yeah.
I know that I don't know the underlying data, but like I don't see, like, this is not, where sometimes when someone is cooking the books, you can get to, okay, and here's where he just adjusted a shit ton of money around.
Right. At first glance, looking through these, it seems like he's just keeping track of everything. It doesn't seem like he's doing anything different.
Okay.
Yeah.
If that's most of sort of what's in this common room area, I might move and check his bedroom, which I assume is separate.
Yeah, it's a separate bedroom. You open that up. It a nice, neatly made bed, but small. He lives alone, it seems. There is a short sword in a sheath, propped up to the end table next to the bed. And everything else really just seems kind of normal. There's a couple books in here, a couple erotica, and also a history, a history of Behelit and her fall.
Going back out again, still with Devil's Sight on, I'm not seeing anything magical sort of exposed. I'm assuming, because you would have probably mentioned that. And I looked through the drawers. There were no other papers. There was no other letters or correspondence or anything.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that with that, I've probably seen what I can see here. I am going to check one thing.
Mhm.
I'm also going to check the lock on his door.
Okay.
Seeing if it seems like it was forced. Again, like, does it seem like there was anything going on, even though he wasn't found inside? Does anything, and sorry, the other thing, does anything seem to be obviously missing? and that was actually one I did mean.
Sure.
Like, do I think there are ledgers missing?
Sure, yeah, give me an investigation check to sort of check that out.
14.
Right, nothing seems missing. You do notice as you're looking at the lock that the lock has tried to be tampered with, like someone's tried to kind of break in. And you also notice now that some of the boards were ripped down and then reapplied, it appears.
Can I get any sense of timing on that?
That's really hard with the 14.
Well, actually, I
but,
also realize that's probably really hard because it's only been a few days. It's not like the house has been boarded up for a year, so it could be
correct.
like, well, that nail isn't rusty.
Yeah, correct. But you also just kind of look over the ledgers then again with this kind of keen eye about, wait, is there something missing? And now that you're looking through it, there's nothing like ripped out, but it seems like something was very carefully removed because dates jump and miss like about 2 weeks. And this is in the farm ledger.
When are the 2 weeks?
The 2 weeks prior to Errol's demise, it seems.
So
like 4 weeks ago, 2 weeks worth, that sort of thing.
So basically, Errol died 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
Then 2 weeks back is gone.
Right. It jumps date to only like 2 or 3 days right before Errol's death, which is around when he got the ledger, probably. And then there's 2 weeks missing, 2 or 3 days prior to that and stuff. Yeah.
Okay. So then I've got most recent stuff missing and then back further. And it's the farm ledger.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
This is a silly detail, but you may know it or be able to say. Assuming a codex binding of this, like it's a left-right page, there was data open, like I was able to see stuff. Was it removed? Was it like an entire page removed, or did I happen to see like the page was flopped open and then it was left right where someone had removed pages? If that makes sense.
Yeah, right. So it was not on the pages that were open. It was 2 months after that, essentially, in the ledger where pages were removed.
Okay, so it wasn't so if someone had removed them, they then also turned the pages back.
Yeah,
or something along those lines. Okay, that's cool. The only other thing that I would check is exiting the door. I would check to see about how long it would take me to run to sort of the edge of where the blood is.
Okay. Yeah, so you get out the door, sort of shut the door and everything. And turn around and then just bolt toward the stain, and it took maybe 30 seconds at the most. 20 seconds probably, yeah.
So in D&D logic, this is 300 feet away plus.
Not quite that. Yeah. So it's like 15, 20 seconds. Yeah.
Okay, no, I love the like, yeah, it's like 30 seconds away. Normal humans, sure. In D&D, I'm like, the fuck? It's the other side of town? All right. Yeah, and I think that is it for me.
All right. So, So now something happens. As you turn back, Sebastian, to kind of look back at the house from where you are in this area, you see a rather large figure sort of dart behind a couple buildings. And as you kind of begin to run back to the street, you see a rather large half orc sort of skulking just a bit around the town, cutting through a couple yards, and then trying to make his way very quickly toward the north end of town in the river.
I was like, can I respond to this at all? Or...
A little bit, yeah. Lyra and Desdemona, you also see this character kind of furtively looking. He was looking in the window of Errol's place while Sebastian was in it, and then he sort of bolted and is kind of dipping between houses. You've noticed.
Can we do anything?
Kinda, yeah. What would you sort of like to do?
Sneakily follow.
Okay.
Yeah, and would I also remember, or would I have noticed that he is a half orc after having that conversation with Serene?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That this is probably Buddy, unless there's more half orcs in town. And Sebastian kind of doing the same thing. You want to like sort of tail him for a bit.
How far away from me is he?
He's you're pretty quick, so he's not gotten maybe more than 100 feet from you.
I think I'll probably just continue trailing him then.
Okay. All right, sounds good. And then Sharia.
Mm-hmm.
So Sharia, you've come to Lomas's place.
Okay, I would like to check out the windows, see if the door's open. I would like to see if I can get into the house without knocking.
Sure, sounds good. You kind of sneak up toward the window. Give me a stealth roll as you try to open the shutters.
16.
16's pretty good, especially for a barbarian. You quietly, quickly, smallly open these windows so that you can slip inside. And yeah, you are inside at the moment. You actually see Lomas sitting at the table, cleaning and sharpening his knives, it seems.
Okay. So I'm gonna kind of hover up near the ceiling,
Okay.
well out of his reach.
Give me a perception check.
Oh no, that's a 7.
A 7. Okay.
Yeah.
With a 7, you're just so focused on him that yeah, you're just watching him alone and don't see
Okay.
much else.
Then I'm gonna say, Loomis.
He stops, looks around.
I'm up here. I'm your fairy godmother.
What?
Yep, I'm your fairy godmother.
I don't. What?
Everybody needs a fairy godmother. You can tell us anything.
This is weird.
Of course it is.
Do
Nobody thinks they have a fairy godmother, but everybody does.
I get like wishes and stuff?
Well, kinda, sorta.
Okay, I wish for more wishes.
Well, that one doesn't work.
I wish it
That one
did.
always backfires.
I wish it did work.
Hey,
Did
you're
that-
pretty good at that.
that count?
You're pretty good at that. Well, no. But, yeah, I know. There's just the rules, you gotta follow the rules, and I gotta follow the rules, and I
Okay.
don't like following the rules, but,
Can you give me a bow and arrow? Like
I
a really nice one?
Quite possibly, yes.
Okay, that would be nice.
Okay.
Um,
But how you been doing?
okay, thank you.
Yeah, yeah, especially with your friend.
My friend?
Oh, with Errol.
I'm afraid Errol passed away.
Yeah. So I was asking how you're doing.
Oh, how am I doing with his death?
Yeah.
Not well, I guess.
No.
Are you really a fairy godmother? You just sort of
Of
look
course
like a...
I am. Look at this.
I know, but
What do you think
fairies
I am?
exist. What makes you my fairy godmother? The fairy part I don't have trouble with.
We can be a fairy godmother to whoever we want. If I want to give you wishes, I can give you wishes. And I can do druid craft, right? So I can
Okay,
Can I just manifest a flower or something?
sure.
Or yeah,
Yeah,
manifest a flower.
What kind of flower?
And poof. Like white something with lots of little petals, like I don't know, a carnation or something that
Okay.
I could then drop the petals down. And
Is that mad? Okay. Thank
yeah,
you
of
for
course that was magic. I didn't
proving
have
your
anything in
power.
my hands.
This is weird.
Yeah, so was Errol's death. What happened?
Why does my fairy godmother care about Errol's death?
Because I was his fairy godmother too.
Okay, make a
And I
deception
want to
check,
know what
please.
happened.
Yeah, this has gone too far.
Oh no, it's a 9.
9. He does not seem to believe you. He is more like, okay, you were his godmother too. He never mentioned you.
Did he have to?
I don't
You know what?
suppose so.
You know what, Loomis?
Yeah?
Something suspicious here. And I think you need to talk to me. It is none of your business why I want to know. I
Okay.
just want to know because his death was suspicious and you know something that you're not saying.
I don't know something I'm not saying. I'm telling. You're one of these detectives, aren't you? Asking about the deaths.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got it.
Okay. Well, I will tell you what I told the last one. I don't think that that you have anything more than what I've already said. So,
And I'll pull out my halberd at this
aha.
and say, and you want to see my magic wand here? And now I'm going to pull out my special oops power. And and he's sitting at the table sharpening his knife.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take my halberd and just whack that table
Okay.
with it and just try to destroy the freaking table.
All right. With your oops power up for the game tonight, you smash this table into 2 pieces that immediately cave in, and he jumps back and runs up against the wall. He is immediately frightened of you and says, what are you doing? What is this? You're not.
Tell me
you're
what
not
you
allowed.
know.
You're not allowed to come in here and just break everything. What do you
Break
want?
everything. I broke your table. Tell me what you know.
What do you want to know?
Everything.
That's not specific.
What happened?
My name
to
is
Errol.
Bleak. My parents hated me, so they named me Bleak.
Oh, Bleak.
What happened to Errol?
Errol.
Errol, went into this area by the sheds and was killed a bloody, bloody death.
By what?
But I don't know.
By who?
I don't know who. I don't know what. I just know that he was killed. Okay. Maybe I do know what.
Tell me what.
It was something dangerous and quick, and it had claws.
And it was?
You won't believe me if I say it.
I'm a freaking fairy. I'll believe you.
It was It was something that looked like me.
Something that looked like you.
I can't explain it. It looked like me, and it had claws.
What race is he again?
Tiefling.
Okay. Hmm. And you saw this.
I did. I
Did
didn't think
you see it kill him?
I didn't think anyone would believe me because it looked exactly like me.
Well, you know,
Like
there are creatures that can make themselves look like other creatures, and
looked
there's magics that
like
can do that.
bleak Lomas. It was just
Mm.
it was me, and it killed him, and no one else understands that.
Hmm. Well, I believe you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, please don't break anything more. You don't
Well, I
have to.
can't promise that, but you know.
You can just leave me alone. I don't mean any harm. Please.
I understand. Do you know anything else? Did you see which way it ran away? Did you really shoot a dire wolf?
No, I didn't. I did not shoot a direwolf, no.
Did you shoot anything?
No.
Okay. Just needed to know. Just needed to know. I'm not trying to make you feel bad here. Just,
I understand.
Wanted the truth. Good. There's nothing else you can tell me
I mean, there's plenty I can tell you. What do you want to know?
about Errol's death. Or anything that you
What?
might know about I've forgotten their names already. The Kent Myers, Kent
The
Moores.
Kentwoods.
Kentwoods.
I know the Kentwoods went into the forest, and I heard they came back.
They did. Do I know they're not right yet? No, I don't know that.
Yeah.
But do you know where in the forest?
Where they went? No, it's a very large forest.
Okay. What about the dwarf? Who
Half-Bend?
I can only Yes.
I don't know anything about his death. Nothing. He died in the middle of town. It shouldn't have been an animal. I agree with the pastor that this was probably a murder.
He only had one single wound, a knife wound, right there. So it was not an animal. So whatever killed Errol, you say he was very slashed up. You saw this happen?
I saw the end of it, yes.
Was this thing eating him or just killing him?
It just seemed
I'm so sorry.
No, I understand. It just seemed to kill him. It didn't seem to eat him. It wasn't hungry. It just wanted to kill him.
Okay. Ooh. Did it see you and run away? Or did it just finish and go?
It must have. It just, yeah, I don't know its motivations.
Did it just go away or did it like run away?
It ran into the woods very fast.
What direction?
Sort of northwest.
I'm trying to put in my head what direction that would be. Okay. Well,
I'm sorry. Listen, you can't tell. Please don't tell anyone else.
I'm gonna tell my investigators.
That the killer looked like me. It wasn't. I don't.
I believe you.
Okay.
I believe you. I'm gonna tell my investigators because they need to know. But we don't need to tell anybody else. It'll be between us.
Okay.
And thank you for telling the truth. Although it really was fun breaking your table. Here's 10 gold. Buy yourself a new one. Is that enough to buy a new one?
Yeah, that'll
Okay.
be fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Whew. Please leave, Godmother.
I'll see what I can do about the bow.
Okay.
It'll swoop out the window. I'll look around before I do.
Give me a perception
just
check.
kind of swoop around. Okay, let's hope this one's better. That was worse. It's a 5.
Looks like a normal place.
Uh,
As you swoop around real quick and fly out the window, you
yeah,
don't see anything
I
else.
should've. Darn it. Okay, I can't go back in again, can't
I mean, you can.
I suppose I could, but
You're probably not going to see much more. You're pretty
Yeah.
fairly sure you've looked around well enough.
yeah. With 2 perception, two pretty failed perception checks.
Yes.
Dang it. Okay.
All right. So Desdemona, Lyra, and Sebastian, you watch as the half-orc dashes across the bridge to the graveyard, and then heads up to this home right here. This is Buddy's home. And he sort of looks around pretty quickly before he exits inside. So, so why don't we at least imagine that you've gone back to the tavern quickly with this new information, and you can decide to then pursue Buddy if you'd like in the next round.
Mm-hmm.
So, why don't we go ahead and roll initiative again to see what occurs in this next round. Oh my.
Chelsea
I'm
rolled
sorry.
twice and critted both times.
Whoa. And I'm still the lowest initiative.
All right.
This is hilarious. I'm just a slow little fairy.
Oh.
Okay, so you now have the order. What would you like to sort of unpack a little bit or plan for the next round?
So what did you all find out? I made a memory in my mind about a language I heard the Dragonborn, the Kentwoods speaking, and I'm going to phonetically repeat it perfectly because I'm a very
Yeah.
highly skilled
Give me-
ancient investigator.
Give me an intelligence check, please. And does anyone speak Draconic?
It just happened
Oh,
that
y-
I do.
Interesting.
Oh.
Okay.
I legit called the over the table, Andy. I called this. I was like, he's gonna use Draconic, and no one ever speaks Draconic. So I was like, I'm
Love
taking Draconic for this very reason.
Okay. And what was the intelligence check?
12.
12.
I made the memory in my brain.
Right.
Andy.
I remember you making memory. The recalling of this memory is difficult. You kind of get it out, and you were like, it was something like Frangdvashendvat? Friends of Fringses? Friends of Fringfen.
Oh.
And
Is there anything I can do to help with this?
unless
like-
you have some sort of magic or device or something that might be able to help? Probably not. In Draconic, it doesn't sound like a lot. You maybe get an interrogative word, where? And that's it.
So, that was very helpful, but not very helpful. But I really appreciate you trying, but we did find out the word where. Not the location where, but we found out that there is a where in there, which we are one word closer than we were before, which is great. We just need to figure out everything else. It's a good job.
I don't know if Lena can hear you. I think that her
Oh.
headphones might have died.
Oh no, makes sense. Yes, that is what you figured out so far.
Sebastian will relate that it seems that what people say is true, that Errol was sort of, it would make sense that he was giving people financial advice, because then I also remember that more what we heard was that he gave sort of like financial advice to lots of people,
Mm-hmm.
and then maybe was formally bookkeeping for a couple of people. I'll mention that there was several pages, about 2 weeks worth of information missing from the ledger for the farm. And also, Buddy, who ran the hell away over there, having been peering in at me, is being paid far too much money based on his contract.
Very suspicious.
Very.
I don't.
And go ahead.
It also seemed that Errol was surprised. I don't want to say surprised. I don't think he was necessarily attacked in his house. I think he left his house very suddenly. There was food left on a plate, moldy. There was a full glass of wine, and he appeared to perhaps have been standing looking out a window at the hunting sheds where he was then killed. So perhaps whatever he saw caused him to go out to it.
Well,
Also,
I
the short
found
sword
that.
was left behind by the bed.
And the short sword was left behind. He didn't put his coat on. He didn't anticipate being gone long, and he didn't seem to think he was necessarily in any danger.
Well, here's the thing. So Loomis was a lying piece of crap, but after I smashed his table, he told me the God's honest truth. He saw the end of what happened to Errol, and he was really freaking out because whatever it was, it looked just like him, but it had claws.
What the fuck?
Yeah. He thought nobody would believe him. And I said, Jesus Christ, I'm a fairy. I'm going to believe you, right? And so, and he was scared of me. So.
We've got things that look like people that aren't the right people.
Yeah.
And the Kentwoods were acting really weird.
They really
Ooh, were
were.
they?
When
They were.
Oh, go ahead, please.
No, what were you saying?
So when I spoke to Professor Opes about her husband, he was quite changed. He was completely different from the minute they got back from the woods, him and the son. And he was completely unreactive except for when I was playing, and then he started crying, but he didn't have any sort of expression amongst the tears. It was just lifeless in a way.
Like a blank. Like a blank?
Yes, it was. They were like a blank stare, but they kept on staring out to the woods.
Oh.
And I was talking to the kid, and he didn't know his name. He thought his name was Opes because supposedly he heard his mom say it, but I don't know when because he wouldn't tell me when. He said he'd never had toys before, and
That's sad.
and he was really weird too, and really he didn't seem to remember anything. But then when I was leaving the room through the window because I was sneaking, I broke into the house, as one does. I kicked the toy chest over, and the dad ran into the room, and they spoke to each other. That's when they spoke to each other, and he didn't look blank then. He looked angry and alarmed.
That's strange.
Does Sebastian know of anything that would be like a shape changer or something that could imitate something's form that would then have long claws?
Give me a nature check.
Is this a thing that anyone would plausibly be able to help me with?
Probably might be able to.
Just generally so. Oh,
Yet,
roll
who
with
knows about
advantage.
nature?
I mean, I don't have a good
18.
bonus there, but
18. There are several different kinds of things that can change form as well as produce claws. To mimic someone's identity is a little harder, and that narrows it down to things like changelings to a certain extent, maybe changelings that have a shifter sort of form or ability a little bit, or something like doppelgangers, or a few different kinds of demon, maybe.
Are Oni one
That's
of those
exactly-
things?
Oni is another thing that possibly could be, but that seems so rare and not in this sort of temperate region. They tend to like more hot places.
Sebastian, I also found a letter, right? And
Yeah, I was
just
gonna
want to
say-
remind Sebastian that I have thieves' cant.
I will pull out the letter, which, from what you said, was just sort of a simple breakfast invitation, right?
Sure. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yep. Then I'll show you.
Is
Is
it
there
thieves'
anyone-
cant?
It is not thieves' cant. Seems to just be a letter inviting someone to breakfast.
So there was this. There were the pages that were removed. It seems as if something strange is going on at the whatever its name is farm, Mollifer Farm. There are these shape changes. You're saying that the Kentwoods are behaving oddly. Did you find anything else while you were there?
Oh yeah, I forgot because my microphone stopped working, so everything went out of my brain. I found, you know how you showed me a picture of a teddy bear? Well, I found an actual teddy bear, and I traded with the child for it. For now, the child has my disguise kit, but that's okay. I can get a new one.
He's probably wearing a mustache already.
Here's the teddy bear. I'll hold it out to y'all.
I'm gonna
Awesome.
flick Devil's Sight on again now that it's closer,
Seems magical.
in the
And-
same way that the other one was.
Yeah.
And now that I have it here, can I study it further to try to figure out what its magic is, what it
Yeah.
does?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, and
And
you
I'll
you
flip
also
on
see
my
that.
magic awareness.
Yeah, you also see that little engraving, not embroidery on the back, and you give me an Arcana check as you're sort of trying to ascertain the magical properties of this thing.
I think Sharia is also using an
So
ability.
I can either aid or
Beautiful.
But I suspect we're kind of doing both, right? Does your ability do something directly?
so it's as an action I can open my awareness to the presence of concentrated magic. Until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any spell or magic item within 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover. When you sense a spell, you learn which school of magic it belongs to.
Okay.
And then, if that has any other effect, and also helping
Right. So
me,
let's say advantage on you because Sharia can get a sense of divination magic from it.
oh, that's not ominous or anything. 20, not nat.
20, you can tell that this is a luck bear. That has a very, very slight sort of good luck incantation on it. Not heavily magical at all, but it is just a very a common magical item that you would give to a child that you want to protect.
It's
It's unexpected.
it's lucky. It's nothing especially strong. It's nothing like the things that I make, but it's enchanted such that the child who possesses it might have just a little bit of protection or a little bit of luck, avoid scraping their knee, or only scrape their knee instead of spraining it.
Does that sound like something that, first of all, a joke? Can't be that lucky if it didn't protect Grimbin very well. Second of all, does that sound like something that Helena would sell at her occult
I'll
shop?
point to the AO on the back of it that would seem to fit with Ashglade's occult, and it's
Mhm.
labeled. So that would make sense, but at the same time, it hardly seems particularly ominous. But
They both has them. And she's new.
We
But
should go back
why?
and see if Loomis has one.
why? Why? It makes sense as to why a dragonborn child would have one. But why was there one in the house of a grown dwarf with no children that we know of?
Someone gave it to him. He was also buying 3 buns, so clearly he was seeing somebody. Maybe he had a secret love child in a relationship.
That
And
would
he
make
bought the teddy
sense.
bear for his secret love child, and then died before he could give it to him. Tragically, but at
Or
least his
maybe.
horrible life was ended.
Or maybe, just maybe, that creaky lady,
Sorry?
the creaky lady,
Creaky,
the
creaky fun. Yes.
creaky, yeah, the creaky lady, gave him the bear because she really liked Helena. She said she goes in there like 3 times a week to buy skulls and other things, and so maybe she bought that and gave it to him. Although she did say he wasn't her type.
So the
So, we need to talk to Helena. You
Yes.
said, I assume, well, my microphone is broken so I couldn't hear anything, because my headphones go through my microphone. Sebastian, you said somebody else had broken into Errol's.
someone did seem to be trying to
house.
break in and succeeded in pulling the boards off it.
What if they took the other teddy bear? What if the teddy bears are omens of doom?
Maybe there's a bad luck charm on them, and then it goes off and it leaves that little good luck behind just to fool people. Or maybe
So we need to talk to Buddy, because Buddy's helping and maybe has claws. We need to talk to Helena, because Helena's bears have been found at the scene of 2 pseudo crimes. One of them's an actual crime, one of them's not really a crime, but anyway, we need to go talk to the Malfours. The Malfours.
Malifers. Yeah.
The farm, because Lyra said that Opal
Opays?
Apeas said to ask them, and you found that strange stuff that I assume you told us about while my microphone was broken in Errol's house.
There's also the possibility that the Kentwood father and son are not who they seem to be.
Right. And the woman that's not named Galadriel,
Galbraith.
Galbraith.
is lying about things and has a sight into.
I would love to go intimidate her. Into the dwarf's Graben
Halfbend's house.
So where's everyone going?
So we've got 5 things.
I guess Benedict could go one place if you wanted.
Oh,
Benedict also did exhume the
Yep.
coffin.
Indeed.
6 things.
He's gonna sort of like walk in. Hello, Mr. Benedict. Did the digging go well? Sort of.
So metagame, we probably have time for one more round, essentially, to get as much information and then make final sort of guesses here.
So, most important, Malfours, a lot of stuff seems to be pointing there.
The Malifers seem like they may not be the source of it, but they may be where a lot of the information of what happened is.
I would bet money that Buddy also knows something.
For sure.
I kind of feel like, yeah, it would make sense to send potentially one of the people who is a little bit combat capable to Buddies, because he might try to fight us. And we should also consider who has what kinds of special abilities.
Left,
Like,
yeah.
I think only one of us has spent, right?
Correct.
And Chelsea, yours goes to interactions, right?
Yes, because I have psychic manipulation on one ability that I haven't used yet, and then my oops, or my you won't like me when I'm angry.
So
Yeah.
your two both go to interaction. Mine
Yeah.
go to sort of the location.
Yeah,
Or mine.
Chelsea's was can sense someone with murderous intent, the nearest person, with that sort of feeling of rage and murderous intent, no matter where they are in town, but the nearest one, if there are multiple.
Does that mean I have to get out of town?
Yes,
I don't think you count as hostile / murderous.
indeed.
most of the
Yeah.
time.
True.
You're just spoiling
Real-
for a fight.
Real friendly murder.
Yeah. Friendly neighborhood murderer.
So there's 4 of us. We go to the Malfours,
Buddies.
Buddy. How much do we care if the Kentwoods killer pays?
Well, I think it might more be if they disappear subsequently. That could be a problem. And then what was the other one? Oh, Helena's?
Helena's, also the body, also leafless.
I kind of feel like the body may have been subsumed a little bit by having broken the table and been like, he was slashed all to hell, and we're sure about that one. Like, it was mostly to try to be like, how was this person killed?
Right.
We have two very different sort of this is kind of asking a question for Heather, but given that Sharia is the one who's sort of heard the most about both of the bodies, would the wound that was in like the sternum, like right up under the diaphragm, make sense if it was like a long claw that had been stabbed in?
Andy?
Maybe it seemed like a piercing wound
Okay.
rather than
And then,
slashing.
and I guess that, to be fair, in D&D world, these other claws were used like slashing, tearing things to ribbons.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Lomas has a lot of knives.
Loomis does have a lot of knives.
So
Hmm.
combat, I suppose, can technically pop up anywhere. We would have a pretty strong sense that it may pop up with Buddy. It may pop up with the Kentwoods if they're actually evil. I think it's unlikely at Helena's, and that's an interaction-based one. I think it's unlikely at Molifer Farms, and that's probably interaction-based. It's hard to tell.
I'm not sure it's unlikely at Malifaux Farms.
Right.
A lot of stuff has been pointing to them. Somebody broke in and took pages out of that ledger for them. They're hiding things.
And they're
Or somebody's hiding
overpaying,
things for them.
and they're overpaying Buddy, and it's
Blackmail money?
But okay, so we're gonna go to Malifaux Farms. We're gonna go to Buddy's. We're gonna say fuck the Kentwoods. We're gonna say fuck the body. Don't fuck the body. Fuck.
Jesus.
And we're gonna
Christ.
talk to Helena and Leafless. That's our 4.
All right, who's doing what?
I go buddies, unless somebody else wants to.
I
Who
think you're a
did you-
good option for Buddies.
I think you're a good option for Buddies because I think that that's going to be a lot of intimidation and maybe beating the shit out of him to get him to talk.
I'm inclined to go to the farm because I could sneak in and then sneak around and figure things out, hopefully before they find me. And I'm wondering, then, since Lyra is very good at talking to people, if she should do one of the other two talky ones.
Right.
I'd say if I had to prioritize one or the other of the talking, I might prioritize the leafless over Helena.
Okay.
Because I feel like Helena has a relatively cohesive story of she's a shopkeeper, she sells magical things. We don't see anything sketchy about the bears. Based on my reading of them with the help that Shira gave me, they're toys. They're things that you would. I would say that it would be maybe good to know if Graben had bought it or not, but I feel like there's probably more to find out with the leafless, because we know Galabray has been, if not outright lying, fudging some. I am not highly charismatic. I am very good at detecting magic, and I'm very good at, and I have the ability to do forensics of some kind.
You
From-
sneaky? Are you sneaky?
No, I jingle when I walk.
I was gonna say you could go to the farm with me, because I'm not very good at looking at things. I'm just good at
Well,
sneaking.
We might run the same ploy that we did last time, with sort of me going in the front. I feel like I'm good enough socially I'm not going to persuade or dig, but I can be like, this is why I'm here. I also have a very similar ability to Chelsea's from the whatchamacallit, the veteran of, like, people are generally well disposed to me. I carry myself with an air of I know what I'm doing.
Cool.
And then if I'm with you, as much as I don't necessarily think the Leafless Estate is going to get rough, Mr. Benedict will go with Lyra
Okay.
to provide backup in case of a fight. Because I really don't think Shira needs backup in case of a fight.
So for the leafless, we're trying to pretty much figure out why she's lying, what she's lying about, bear, and
I'll also sort of like lean in, like, there's a chance that all of these things are in fact not connected, but it feels like, given where she is, given what she's done, she should have had an opportunity to know more about Graben's death than she's letting on. So
Okay.
I'm also suspicious of the statement that she needed her horse and couldn't find it, so that's why she then couldn't find him at the stable, so that's why she went to his house. Where was she going? What was she doing? Or was she just trying to see him?
Okay. So we're going to begin with Lyra in this round.
And I'm assuming that Benedict will just go with her.
Sure,
And
totally.
operate. And same rules as us. He operates on her initiative.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, just a quick reminder. It's probably last round, so if you have power-ups you want to use, now is the time. So, Lyra, you head over to the Leafless Estate. Before you get up to the front door, you do hear a bit of arguing from inside. How would you like to proceed?
I would like to listen in for a second to hear. Can I hear anything of what they're saying?
Give me a perception check, please.
Oh, Benedict could have at least been helping her with that, so it's not a fumble.
This one's gonna be hard to really help with, because it's about trying to find language, essentially.
He speaks common.
Oh, does he? Oh, well then
He can't speak to. Well, I guess that's true. He can't speak to her. He just understands common.
Yeah, he might be able to understand it, but yeah. I mean, yeah, give him a roll just in case. We'll see if he understands the argument. But Lyra, you hear something about, that's why I bought it. I need to make sure. And I don't care if you like it or not. Now, again, that was a fumble. That could be exactly correct or exactly wrong. Either way, Lyra believes it. And would you like to knock or
No,
How
I
do
don't
you
think
wanna
I'm going
proceed?
to knock this time. I think I have been playing nice long enough,
Oh,
and this game is getting old.
okay.
So, at this point, Lyra is going to pull down her hood,
Okay.
which reveals the burgundy eyes turning red, not fully enraged yet, and you could start seeing the form of the blackening around the eyes turning into a poison like entity coming from the eyelids, but
Oh.
still not full strength. She's getting there. And I am going to use my oops. And I am going to knock on the door then.
You're gonna use your power up to see who near you has murderous intent?
Your one is murderous intent. You don't
Oh,
get
wait.
oops. It's each of us gets
yeah.
one.
Oh, okay.
But I love
Uh,
that it could be.
oh,
Oops,
sorry,
oops,
murderous
something's
in-
coming from my eyes.
Oh no, sorry. I made my mistake. Sorry. Yes. Sorry. You don't like me when I'm angry.
I feel like also
Or should I
Mr.
wait
Benedict, upon seeing this and having worked with you, will sort of go crick and then like crack his little badger knuckles. All right.
You smell the murderous intent of two individuals. One of them, Dirklin Leafless, and the other, Galabray Leafless.
Fabulous.
And then you pound on the door. And immediately, there is a bit of rustling inside, and the door is opened quickly, but not very much. And around the corner, Dirklin sort of says, "Yes, can I help you? Have you found anything yet?"
And Lyra's gonna do her best impression of being the charismatic individual she's always been. Yes, actually, we have. I would love to come in and have a quick chat with you, if I may.
Certainly. If you found something, please, yes, come in.
Absolutely.
You see him sort of hiding something behind his back, and then tuck it into his pants, and then sort of stretches a little bit and allows you into the pantry area, where you do also see Galabray Leafless, sort of sprawled out a little bit on a chaise lounge.
Well, I'm glad you're all comfortable.
Quite comfortable, yes. Thank you.
Glad to hear it. Well, we've been out all about, and we have learned quite a few things. But the thing of interest that you might like to be aware of is there is a connection to a strange little teddy bear that was found in multiple locations. And forgive my hearing, I'm very good at listening. I heard something about you buying something, and I was wondering, maybe there's a party surrounding these teddy bears, and maybe I would like to join. I do love a good festivity. So what are you hiding? Is it one of those teddy bears? You don't need to hide it from me. You know I'm a good guy.
Those disgusting little teddy bears are for children. There are no children here. That witch down south sells them, and I don't like them. I don't like anything she sells, really. And this is Galabray. No teddy bears here. Thank you very much. Is that all? You came in on a hunch thinking we had teddy bears? I'm afraid you've not solved this at all. And also at this, Dirklin speaks up. If you heard me say something about buying something, it was not a teddy bear. It was this. And he pulls from his back a silver dagger.
Mm.
Ooh, that's far more interesting.
Mm.
What? Well, I don't know if you'll tell me even, because let's face it, the game is up. But I'm so curious as to this lovely little thing you have here. And I am looking for something real quick.
Please.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to click that.
Yeah, you're good. It's part of Roll20. You gotta roll a
I just
ability or
wanted to
spell
get
or something.
information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. And this, with a smile, I am
Yes.
going to cast Words of Terror on, if I can,
Okay.
on him,
Dirklin.
which is you learn to infuse innocent seeming words with insidious magic that can inspire terror. If you speak to a humanoid alone for at least one, we're not alone, dang it. You can attempt to seed paranoia into the mind.
I'll let you do it with Dirklin while you're talking to both of them, if you'd like that. It'd take another minute of talking, but
Right. Trying to think of what I want to say. It sounds so much more badass in my mind than what I'm thinking in person.
you're good. It has lots of potential for it to be badass.
I don't know what I want to use. I want.
You're good. Yeah, you're good. So there's are you trying to get more information out of them, or are you trying to scare them into a confession, or
Essentially, scaring into a confession while influencing into further information. I want to
sure.
Scarlet Witch this shit.
Lovely. Yeah, lovely. Excellent. So why don't you give me an intimidation with advantage, with all your incredibly creepy demeanor here. That is, this sort of darkness just seems to be emanating from you and filling up the room.
Okay, so intimidate. And how do I do advantage again? Sorry.
You can either roll it twice or
It automatically rolls twice, I think.
okay, yeah,
So-
then just click it.
We'll just take the higher one.
So
19.
19. So as you're doing this and you're starting to kind of start to weave a little bit of magic into your words, perhaps, you're just emanating this sense of fear in this area. Galabray seems to be afraid but fighting it greatly, and Dirklin seems to be giving into it entirely. And he's like, no, listen, I don't know what you are either. Perhaps this was a bad idea. Perhaps I shouldn't have called you at all. What's going on? What do you want to know? How can we help solve these things for you?
I would love to know what you sent out to murder those people, and who you replaced them with.
One quick note for you, Chelsea, just because I remember from your character sheet. You do have the spell Zone of Truth.
Oh, sure.
So as they're terrified, you could
Yes,
also make it so they
yes.
can't lie.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay.
Nice.
You also have the spell Command, which you can give a one-word command to, which could be something like repent, confess, etc.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
I'm gonna pretend like I said all those things in a far more badass way than
Beautiful. Yeah.
little getting
As
me over here.
as your magic is being laced into the air, you affect this Zone of Truth spell. You notice that you know from the spell that Dirklin is unaffected by it. He saved his throw, basically. However, Galabray is completely under the effect of Zone of Truth, which means she cannot lie while in this space. She can omit or not speak, but she cannot lie.
Okay.
And feel free to continue your inquiry.
Okay. Were the individuals that came back the same ones that left?
I have no idea. I assume that if they were the Kentwoods, that the Kentwoods return. Why would I think they are any different? And Dirklin as well says, because they might be shape changers. That's what this knife is for. It will burn a shape changer if you cut them. Are you saying that you think there might be shape changers in this town?
The Kentwoods came back, and they were not at all their former selves. They were practically zombified. The child didn't know its own name, and didn't believe it had toys or did anything like a child. And the gentleman stared out into nothingness and was nothing of his brutish self, which is actually quite the relief, but definitely not natural in his behavior.
You see,
And
this
someone told...
seems like it. Seems like shape changers. Take this knife and cut them. And if you do that, you'll know for sure. And he gives you the silvered blade.
Do I sense that they're trying to trick me in any way, even within, like, the zone of truth?
Give me an insight check on Dirklin. And Galbraith, I guess. So just an insight check on to reading these people.
Hold on. My character sheet did something.
Yeah, you're good.
Here.
Weird sometimes.
Okay, there we go. Insight.
Nice.
What you got?
Yeah.
19.
19.
Another 19. Very nice. Neither of them seem to know anything about the Kentwoods. They seem to be truthful. But while Dirklin is still being very honest and scared and seems to be latching onto an idea that he really likes and feels that this might be true, Galbraith seems completely unaffected by any of this shape-changer talk, and there's a slight smirk in her demeanor as you're talking about this. And that unnerves you. You can't quite tell what it means, but she is not, even under the Zone of Truth spell, she doesn't seem bothered by any of this.
It's a shape changer. I know it.
What would you like to do? Any more
So I'm
questions?
trying-
Or
Hmm.
again, truthfully, she seems to know nothing about the Kentwoods or them coming back
Right.
weird. Yeah.
So I'm trying to think of what other things we were trying to get out of her.
So we were trying to talk to her about her lying about the body.
Oh, okay.
Well, we're probably not gonna be like, you're a liar, I don't know. And I think there was the idea thrown out there that she might have had a relationship with Halfben, but I don't know if that was based on anything or if we were just making wild guesses.
Right.
But there was a lot. There seemed something weird about the entire sort of lineup of,
Mhm.
I wanted my horse, but he wasn't at the stable, so then I went to his house, and she could see clearly in his window, and he could see in hers, and so it seems like that. And she was the one who prepared the body and was wrong about the wound.
Also, she's a prude and was changing in front of an open window. Maybe you should touch her with that silver dagger. I don't know. I'm probably metagaming a little too much now.
Okay. So yeah, I definitely. How do I want to phrase this? The question about the. So as I am looking and questioning on the effects as this wears on. Obviously, it becomes more intense. The fear and the intimidation and the whole hex, everything, and you can tell that she's really starting to get angry and upset and emotionally riled by all of this. And I am tired of your games and your lies. I know you are more involved than what you say you are. When we first spoke to you, you told us the story, and we know for a fact that that is not the whole story. So, I need some truth out of you right now because this is only going to get worse from here. When you arrived, you said that I need to write this down. Oh my gosh. It's fine.
That she was looking for the horse, and
Yes, that you were looking for your horse, and when you examined the body, apparently what you told them was wrong. How would you have not? How have you gotten that wrong if you would have been in the body? Like, oh my god.
yeah, no, good. Yeah,
Fine.
that makes sense.
Fine.
Yeah, that makes sense. And so she immediately says, "Oh dear child. Well, the reason is quite simple." And she tries to say something, and it doesn't seem to come out. And it actually, her eyes kind of widen a little bit. And then her husband, Dirklin. Well, what is it? Tell us. Excuse me, something in my throat. No, I'm sorry. It's the wound is very fresh. And then she stops talking.
The wound?
Burying him took a lot out of me today.
What was your relationship with him?
And at this, Dirklin, Errol had women all over town. Certainly he could have most women that he wanted. He was...
You mean Graben?
Dang, yeah. Graben had women all over town. Certainly he could have any woman that he wanted. He was sleeping with Diana, everyone knows that. But certainly not Galabray. And he looks to Galabray, and she again is very silent.
Sometimes silence is more telling than words.
Tell
Did you
them,
sleep with
Galabray,
him?
tell them that you did not have a relationship with Graben. And she looks now very upset at you, Lyra. And she's just looking daggers into you, but not saying a word.
Just as a note, because this is kind of a meta spell interaction, so it's a little bit more mechanical. While you have her under the zone of truth, you can also, if you wish to, command her to answer.
Ooh.
The spells do not cancel each other. Command
Okay.
doesn't take your concentration, so you could repeat the question and then command answer, which combined with zone of truth requires a truthful answer.
Okay.
Oh,
So
shit.
she is going to look with
Yeah.
full red eyes at this point, and the poison has completely taken over the entire top part of her face,
Yes.
and her mouth is black from the curse. She's going to look straight into her eyes. Did you have a relationship with him? And then she's going to command in a deep booming voice, answer me now.
Right.
Also,
She
as
should
shit is getting more
advantage.
intense, Mr. Benedict is just like starting to like do stretches.
Yes. Let me get a roll.
And what do I roll for that?
You don't
I
have to roll anything.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She immediately blurts out, "It's his." It is his. And she looks to her husband. who looks confused at first and then... That can't... That... Why would you... And he turns around and he storms out of the room, out of the parlor itself, out of the house, slamming the door behind him. And she looks at you. Is that what you wanted? To pry into our filthy little lives, uproot secrets? Does that tell you anything? It doesn't answer the main question why you're here. I certainly... And she doesn't speak again. You must leave my house right now.
No. What do I have? Does Mr. Benedict have anything exciting to add to this?
I feel like at this point you're just going to see, as she's getting more intense, he's going to sort of like... I'm trying to remember. What's his... Yeah. Oh, that's the wrong stat base. He's going to sort of point at her and then sort of like mime a stabbing motion. Be like... Huh? And then sort of point at his mouth, which doesn't really fully open. It just sort of gears. He's like, oh.
At this point, I say yes. We should just start this fun battle. We've had enough talking. Because I know there's something... I'm not leaving this house. She is way too sus for that shit.
You could do the whole asking her, like, did you kill someone or did you, you know, because what she started to say is, but I certainly didn't, and then seemed to hit the zone of truth wall again.
Yeah. You can also try some good old-fashioned emotional manipulation. Like, if you really loved Graben, you'll tell me what you know about what happened to him.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you really cared about him. Or any of that shit.
Let me tell you, woman to woman, if you truly loved him, you would tell me what happened. Did you kill him? Or did you know who did?
You don't know.
And then you're going to your mind answer.
Oh, jeez. Get a roll. Ooh. She's not wise. Shit.
Zone of Truth plus Command is such a good combo.
You hear her go, you know nothing of love. Of course I killed him. I killed him because he was going to let everyone know it was his. He was so happy. He was so happy when I told him. He was going to ruin everything I had with Dirklin. The whole power dynamic that I'm building in this town, he would ruin all of it just because of one night of passion. Of course I killed him, and I made it look like the other one. Is that what you want to hear?
Who is the other one?
Errol. I have no idea what happened to him. But as soon as he died, I knew I could make this one look like that. I just forgot to fucking keep the door unlocked when I left. And all of a sudden my husband's going around saying murder, murder, murder. So, what is there to do with you, Ms. Lyra? You know my secret. I don't think you can leave with that secret. And why don't we flip over to the others real quick? What's going on over at the Molifer house?
Alright, so there were pages ripped out of the ledger, and Lyra was told to talk to Diane Mulfor, ask her what happened to Graben. So, you're gonna talk to them, and I'm gonna sneak around the back. We'll just, do the old sneaky-roo trick again.
Sneaky rude.
We do this a lot. I'll get in, see what I can find. So you play distraction and get some info.
Fair enough.
All right, give me a
Worst
stealth
comes to
check.
worst, I kneecap someone.
Nice. Give me a stealth check. And while Sebastian
22.
knocks on the
The
door.
only thing I can roll for tonight is
Okay.
stealth.
Sebastian will rap, not gently at the
Gently.
door with his cane, but audibly. Certainly, I don't mean quietly, just not damaging the door.
Excellent. Opening the door is Diana Mullifer, who looks a bit confused, like everyone seems to in this town when you all knock on their doors. And she just says, "Can I help you?"
Sebastian will sort of take off his hat and bow. Mrs. Mullifer, I presume.
Yes.
My name is Sebastian Mellish. I am a member of the detective collective. We were retained to investigate the deaths in the town. I had a couple of questions for you, if that would be quite agreeable.
That's fine. I mean, we've talked so much about this. I'd just like to let it go.
I can understand coming into situations like this. That is often the case, and our aim is always to help you get to that point as quickly as possible. May I come in?
Please do come in. And she shows you to the kitchen and will sit at the table with you as Desdemona slips in the back. You find yourself in a hallway and very quietly but very quickly turn around to see a little young girl standing in the hallway, kind of looking at you sheepishly, and then she goes, "Are you gonna kill us?"
Hi, kid.
Hi.
No, be very quiet. I'm not here to kill anybody. I am very hungry and time is very long. But I'm not here to end anybody's time right now.
Okay.
What's your name? Just whisper. Be real quiet.
Oh, be quiet? Yeah, that's fine. So my name is in my notes.
Oh, good.
Hi there, in my notes.
Josie Mullifer. My name is
Hi,
Josie. Do you know what happened to Lip?
Who's Lip?
Lip Kentwood, little boy that lives over there.
Oh,
He was gone and I thought someone killed him, like I thought you were about to do.
why did you think somebody killed him?
'Cause there's been a lot of screaming lately, and people dying.
Oh, that sounds really scary. When has there been screaming?
There was that night that Errol died. Yeah, I guess that was weird. I heard a scream, and then I heard another yell. And I was worried about Lip because he lives over there.
When did you hear that?
That night Errol died. It sounded like a young person scream and then an old person scream. And I'm not very good at telling the difference, but I'm pretty sure that was it.
Young like you, or young like I wish I could someday be again? And young like I look.
Like older than me. And it might have been Bleak, because I snuck out because I was worried about Lip. And so I tried to see what was going on.
So you heard a young person, maybe it was Bleak, scream, and then you heard an old person scream after that.
Yeah. And as you're talking, Sebastian, Diana is sort of exasperatedly looking at you. What is it? What do you want to know? How can I help?
Yes, I was. We were asked to look into some things, and there were a few points that I wish to ask you. One, in particular was I was given to understand that Errol was your bookkeeper.
Yes, well, yeah, I should get that ledger back, because he was looking to make sure that all our money was going into the right places. It seemed like we were making less than we thought. Um, and but we're not good at the numbers and stuff, so we gave him all our books and what we've been spending and stuff, and let him look through it.
Indeed, and uh, about how much would you say you've been light a month? I'm not looking for an actual number. More,
Sure.
does it line up with the amount?
Yeah, it seems, I don't know, it seems like not a lot, but it adds up over time. I mean, we're constantly short about 10 gold, it seems.
And does
Which
that line
does
up with
seem to line up with Buddy's overpayment.
and Sebastian sort of pause. And tell me, who manages the finances? Yourself? Or?
Well, my husband does, but again, he doesn't even really look at the numbers. He just sort of pays whatever, we're not good at money at all.
No,
it's Arrow that really helps us understand
I-
things.
I can certainly commiserate. Yes, of course. And just to go back to this, the ledger itself seemed to indicate that Buddy was being paid too much.
Correct, based on the contract. Yeah.
Okay.
That you had seen.
So, I had a brief look at your ledger when I was investigating Errol's home. It seems that you have a new farmhand, Buddy.
Oh, Buddy, yeah, he's great. Yeah. This has been kind of an off year, so we've had to plant extra beans and corn, and then essentially let them die in half our fields, so that next year would be a much better crop. And bean and corn is difficult to plant on our own, so we're very lucky that he came on a few months ago.
Indeed, and how did he happen to come on?
Oh, he showed up in town looking for work. I think he was asking around first, like at the blacksmith and the locksmith, and then we overheard him needing some work, and we hired him.
Looking through, Errol had a copy of Buddy's contract. But the records of Buddy's pay do not line up with the numbers in that contract. And in fact, they are in excess by just the amount you're describing.
Oh my god, we've been paying Buddy too much?
Yes, by not an insignificant amount, it seems, if that's where your finances are feeling the pinch.
That's he didn't say anything, of course. Of course he didn't say anything. We have to correct that right away. I'll let my husband know. Thank you. If you don't mind getting the book back to us, or maybe letting us know how we get it back.
Do I think she is actually surprised by this?
Give me an insight check.
Come on, dice. 24 crit.
Oh, yeah.
She actually does seem incredibly shocked by this. She had no idea that they were overpaying. In fact, you get the sense that even from her reaction, she completely believes that her husband also doesn't understand that they must have been overpaying him. And that, yeah, that's part of the reason she wanted Errol to look at the ledger, to find an inaccuracy like that.
A brief question. Did you
Yes.
propose Errol looking over the books, or did your husband?
My husband, I guess. Just to make sure. I mean, every gold is going to be precious to us this year. Winter's going to be very hard. We don't have the crop we wanted. We had one of our pigs die just the other night. Well, I guess it was a week ago now. It's very difficult to make it here.
How did your pig come to die?
Must have been attacked by an animal. An animal that maybe sucked its blood, because most of the blood was drained. We even told the town council about this, and they didn't seem to care. They didn't think a pig was on the same lines as Errol or Graben, and I guess that's true, but to us it still was a lot.
Tell me, if I was to say that I have reason to believe that Buddy saw me looking over things in Errol's house and then fled, what would you think of that?
That's like one of my hypothetical questions in games where we're not supposed to know each other's like it's totally.
Well, but
Yeah, I love it.
I'm actually giving her things
Yeah.
that I entirely know.
Yeah. That doesn't make any sense to me why Buddy would care about Errol. He didn't like Errol, I guess. He's not made that very, a secret. I heard him arguing with Errol one day. When, just after his work here, Errol come to find him, and well, they were arguing, but I don't think... Buddy's very sweet, though. He's very nice. He plays well with Josie. I don't think he could do something like hurt Errol.
What per se were they arguing over?
I don't know. I just heard raised voices in the barn.
You mentioned that the pig died about a week ago.
Yes.
What was there anything in particular that happened, say, between about a month ago and up until the time that Errol died? That would line up with when the pages were missing, right?
Right. I don't understand. No, I can't think of anything in particular. We were certainly working Buddy very hard. We had to pay him a little extra in overtime because we needed him to harvest night and day for a bit there. Oh, but if we were paying him extra, then it was extra on top of that extra. We very much overpaid him during those times. Do you think it would be rude if I asked for the money back from him?
I'm not entirely sure that would go particularly well, but perhaps you know Buddy better than I do. Is your husband home?
Not right now. He's shoeing a couple of the mules. Right now at the stables we have to plow a bit more before the season gets cold.
So you were working Buddy very hard during that period of time. You were paying him overtime and everything. But you can't think of anything else in particular during that time? No shipments, no sales or anything that would...
No. We were harvesting and putting a lot of our food in the granary so that we have enough for the town over the winter. Yeah, that was about it.
Did the ledger include things like that, or was it purely cash transactions?
It was mostly cash transactions.
Okay.
But again, yeah, during that time period, there was...
Well, I didn't mean that particular one, but since I
Sure.
flipped a bunch of pages, did I see other things like, amounts of grain stored? Or was it...
Not exactly, yeah. That
it was more
mostly
like
just-
goods bought and sold?
Yeah.
Okay.
And as you're questioning, Desdemona, the child before you is like, yeah, I've been really worried about Lip, so that night I went and I was sneaking around through the corn, and I think I saw Errol die.
Oh no, you poor thing.
I know.
What did you see?
You have to promise not to say anything to anyone.
I promise I won't tell a soul.
I'm worried Bleak is gonna come and kill me.
Why would you be worried about that?
Because Bleak killed Errol.
How did Bleak kill Errol?
I think he had like claws or something. I heard one of the first screams and I ran outside because I thought it might be Lip. And I see Bleak starting to drag a body away into the forest. And then I see Errol come running up. And he was mad. He was real mad, and he started yelling, and that thing just immediately attacked him. And I don't know, Bleak has always been very nice, so maybe it wasn't Bleak and it just looked like Bleak. But Bleak attacked Errol. And before anyone else got there, it started hiding that first body.
Did it?
Yeah. Please don't say anything to anyone, please.
No. I won't do that.
Okay.
So... Fuck, I was gonna think. Hold on. What was I gonna ask?
Who was it? Who was the first body?
Right. Did you see who the first body was?
No, it was too dark, and there's a little bit of torchlight by the sheds, but
But that's the scream that you heard that was a young scream?
probably, yeah.
And then was Errol the old scream?
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. Young like Bleak.
Well, no, Bleak looked like he killed Errol. I don't think he was screaming.
Right, but around that age.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. What was I gonna ask you, little child? Hold on. What'd you write down? Fuck, it's gone. The question is gone.
You're good?
So... How have things been since then?
I haven't
Right?
I haven't said anything until like detectives came into town, and now I think that they're gonna find the bad people, and I think we're gonna be fine.
Yeah. I'm a detective. I'm one of the detectives.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah. Have you seen Bleak since then?
I have. He sort of gives me a weird look, and I feel funny inside, so I run away.
Yeah, so he's not acting like himself.
No.
He's acting weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's that. The whole time after Errol's death, he just didn't talk for like a day.
Yeah.
He just was. It seemed like he was sad, but I didn't see sadness in his eyes.
Yeah. You sound like a perceptive kid. You could be a detective someday.
Do you think I could be a detective?
I think so.
I don't like working on the farm.
No, that would be a terrible way to spend your short life.
Much short life?
Oh, because you're mortal. It's okay. It's okay. I too am cursed, but with immortality instead of mortality.
Oh my gosh, that sounds so cool.
It's horrible.
Is it?
Every day is a tragedy.
I'm so sorry. That sounds bad.
The boredom grinds you down after 55 years on this mortal coil.
Oh, that's wild.
You should tell your parents to sleep with weapons.
Oh, okay, is someone gonna kill us?
Probably not, but you never know in this short, brief life we all get.
Oh God, my short, terrifying life is needs to be protected. You're very correct.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go see if I can buy something from Ponzi, or like from Flakes or something.
Don't go out on your own. You're like 5.
I'm not 5, I'm 12, but thank you.
Don't go near the Kentwoods.
Okay, but even lip?
Even lip.
Okay. Okay.
We just accidentally a trauma.
And as you're speaking about this, let's just go to something happens real quick. So something happens that the dog outside starts barking pretty loudly, and Sebastian and Desdemona, you can hear it. And the child Josie immediately sort of runs to the window and says, "He's in the corn, barking at something."
Is he?
And Diana stands up from the table. "I'm so sorry. He doesn't normally bark like that. I should just go check. You can come with if you want."
I think that might be best.
Kid, I'm gonna go check the corn. You stay here, quiet, and don't look out the window.
Okay,
Stay hidden.
I'll find a weapon. Okay.
Yeah, arm yourself and hide.
Sebastian and Desdemona, you sort of meet around the corner of the house with Diana, who looks at you, Desdemona, and just sort of nods.
This is one of my associates.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. And you make your way through the dry, dead corn, toward where the dog is still barking, and you come across a very, very large wolf, dead. Several arrows sticking out of it.
Does this look fresh dead?
Give me a medicine check. Or a nature check. 8.
8.
I'd also be.
7.
Or wait, did you
Probably.
say or nature?
8 or nature. Yeah,
Oh,
give me a nature
okay.
check.
That's a better. That's right. That's a better mod for me.
Yeah. 13?
13.
Yeah, go away. So Sebastian sort of looks at this, notices a couple things. It's not incredibly a fresh kill, and there's no blood coming from the arrows, which doesn't make sense when you're hunting an animal that when you shoot it with an arrow, certainly there should be blood. But it's weird. You don't exactly know what to make of that.
And it's dead.
And it is dead.
Definitely dead.
It looks like it was slashed sort of across the chest,
Very, very truly dead.
as well as these arrows that are in it. And the dog is just sort of like barking, and Diana sort of gets him and kind of pulls him back a little bit from it. She asks the two of you, "What is this?"
Was the dog barking at the wolf?
It appears
still?
so, yeah.
Okay. I want to look around for tracks or anything, sign of what could have killed this.
Give me a survival check, please.
I will do the same.
Excellent. Or you could,
Jesus.
Oh, no.
fucking
9 and a
Christ.
4.
Wow.
We've rolled real bad
Or we
tonight.
could what? Or we could what?
I guess you could have helped me because that would have.
You could have
Or
helped.
one of us could have
yeah.
helped the other. Yeah.
Could she stealth investigate?
Not exactly. You could also give me an investigation. So you're not really finding any tracks necessarily.
I'm good at investigation.
Yeah.
I
Are you?
could have helped me. I was like
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good.
Scrolling.
12.
12.
So yeah, you're looking around. You're kind of frantic. You're kind of trying to piece things together in your head. Galway, it doesn't actually take a lot. Sebastian's able to recognize this thing did not die here. It also didn't crawl here. It looks like it was dragged here through the corn, which is not hard necessarily to find. It looks like it was killed somewhere else and then placed here.
Can we follow the trail?
You're not able to find really tracks or anything in the area. You just kind of can tell that information.
Lomas said he was lying and didn't shoot anything to Heather.
Was that under the effect of God's honest truth? I can't
It
remember.
was under the effect
It
of
was.
God's honest truth.
Yeah.
But something shot this, even if that's not what killed it. It's got arrows in it.
No blood coming out of the arrows holes.
So, but he didn't have any fucking arrows.
Was the description of I saw something that looked exactly like me, but it wasn't me under God's honest truth?
Yeah,
Yes.
that all was. Unless he was the shapeshifter and Loomis did the killing. But that,
Well, if Loomis shot it, then that
Right.
would have been a true statement. And I saw something that looked just like me but with claws. Would also be a true statement if it wasn't displaying claws at the time.
right.
And I don't remember. I think I wasn't here for part of that if he ever said it wasn't me.
I don't know that he did.
I don't think
He
he
said it
directly
looked
ever
just-
did say it wasn't him.
So it just
You said,
looked
I
like
saw
him,
something
but
that
had
looked
claws.
just like me, but with claws.
It allowed me to assume that that meant it wasn't me.
With my investigation, how long do I think this has been here?
This has maybe been here a day.
Okay, but it's been here a while. This didn't just get dragged here.
Seems like that. Yeah. 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 Let's flip over. Just because I'm making this keep going on this train. Let's slip over to Sharia and Buddy.
Okay.
So Sharia, you slip up to the door. How would you like to? Would you like to look in the windows first? Knock? How would you want to approach?
Absolutely. I'm gonna look in the windows, see if I can see him.
You see him kneeling down by the fire, burning paper.
Ooh. Is the window unlocked?
It is. It's completely open.
Oh, I'm just going in then.
All right. You
And-
flutter on in.
And I'm gonna hover over him and see if I can see what is he putting in the fire?
It's a little hard to tell, but it's just like a page filled with numbers and
Ugh.
like nerd stuff.
I'm gonna try to grab it.
Okay.
Flippity flappity here for your
Flippity.
pages.
Okay.
Yep.
Give me an athletics check that you're gonna contest.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
Oh, come on. I have a good modifier.
8.
No!
We are rolling good.
God! I have a 5 modifier
Does
for
she
athletics.
get advantage for surprise?
Yeah.
I'll let you roll again. We'll say not quite advantage on the
Even
first
with
one,
my
but we'll
second
roll
roll
again.
there?
Yeah,
Okay.
and you can take the better of the first two. Okay, 16. 16 is much better. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. So he actually rolled a 14, which is then beat by the 16. So you fly, swooping down, grab one of the pages out of his hand as he hurriedly just tosses all of them in the fire, and then looks at you. What's your problem? Why you doing this
What
to
is
me?
this? What is this? What are you doing?
None of your business. Give that back to me.
I'm gonna be hovering up and away, so like out of his reach. Well, what is it? What is it?
What do you care, huh? You're one of them.
I don't care.
You're one of them detectives I saw doing weird stuff to that body.
Yeah, well, you were doing weird stuff too. You were peeking in at Sebastian, and then you ran away. Why? Why'd you do that?
I got what I needed. Luckily, I got out of there before that Sebastian come in.
What did you need? What is it?
He kind of points to the fire. That's none of your business.
Well, it's not like I care or anything. I mean, but did you kill? Oh God, I just forgot his name. Darn it,
Errol.
Errol or Graben? Yeah.
Yeah. Did you kill them?
I didn't kill no one. Look,
Really?
I'm getting a sweet deal. They're overpaying me at that farm.
Yeah, we knew that.
You didn't tell them, did you?
I didn't tell him. Why would I care?
Yeah, the only
So-
thing, Errol kind of found me out. Started asking me questions about my pay and my contract.
So you killed him?
No, I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him at all. I just wanted the books. I just needed these pages. I got them. And now there's no evidence. Well, once you give me that. Please give me that.
I'm not convinced that there's no evidence, but
There's almost no evidence. Now give me that paper.
why should I believe you didn't kill him?
I'm not a killer, all right? I might be swindling some somewhat racist folk out of some money, but I ain't a killer.
Some racist folk.
Oh, Molifer he ain't a good person.
No?
Nah.
He'd probably not like me then, huh? He doesn't like you because you're half orc?
Right. He doesn't like
Probably hate
Ponzi.
me.
He don't like the Kentwoods. He sort of only likes the leafless. Likes.
Oh, they're creepy though.
I think he was from Gaholnia though, so, upbringing.
Can I do an insight check to see how?
Totally.
Oh God, I have a -1 on insight. But I roll an 18.
Jeez, that's...
Woohoo!
Fuck, honestly, you're feeling good that he's telling the truth here. That
Okay.
he seems more at ease now that he's kind of confessing this to you, and it seems to be the truth. He doesn't, now that you've really seen him up close and talked to him, he doesn't seem like a killer.
You know what, buddy? I'm kind of angry. Because I came here spoiling for a fight. I'm going to wad up the paper and throw it at him. And I think you're telling me the truth.
He takes that paper and kicks it into the fire off the ground. Yeah?
Gosh darn it. Yeah.
Sorry to disappoint. I mean, I'll arm wrestle you or something if you want.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Let's do that.
All right.
So I'll go down to arm wrestle.
So you
with
guys,
him.
yeah, you're flying and you start pushing against his hand and he's. Actually, he's a nice bloke. He's kind of cool.
Yeah, I'll roll for it. I got a 17 straight.
Okay, yeah, give me an athletics check.
God, I want the fairy to just flip the half orc.
I got a
21. He rolled 17.
All right.
Yeah, so you're struggling and he starts to bend you toward the ground and then you flutter your wings super fast and just bring his arm down to the ground, slamming it into the wood. He's my shoulder now. That's old injury. Sorry.
Sorry about that. Well,
You almost took
really.
my
It was
arm off.
fun.
That's ridiculous.
Maybe
Oh, you know
it's the wings.
my daddy didn't have an arm.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, I could rip yours off if you want.
No, please don't.
All right. That was good though.
Yeah, I like you.
Yeah, I like you too.
who
Wait,
killed
I was.
who killed them folk? You know that?
I don't know that
You
yet.
don't know that
I
yet?
thought it was you. I thought it was you.
I wouldn't be.
I thought
Sorry.
you were a shape changer. Are you a shape changer?
No, I wouldn't choose to look like this. Kind of ugly mug. Got cauliflower
laughing.
ears. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, had to ask anyway, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, hey, whatever. If you need help with anything, you just let me know, okay? These people
Yeah,
don't
I'll
like
let you know.
talking, but they got their secrets. Some people I know no secrets, so
Well,
no one tells me
yeah.
shit. But I know people that know.
And I bet you keep your eyes open.
All
And
right.
your ears open. Even if they are cauliflower.
Nice.
Um,
Everybody's
do
gonna
I see any
succeed.
teddy bear around?
Yeah, give me a perception check.
And I'm back to a 13.
No teddy bear.
Okay.
Nothing out of the ordinary. It's a very simple home. But really, really nice sheets on the bed. Really
I could
nice.
touch them. Like silky.
Oh, you've been noticing my sheets, huh?
Yeah, those are pretty
Yeah,
nice.
they're pretty nice, right? That's splurge.
Nice,
That's
real
splurge.
silky.
You know how it is.
Well, if they're overpaying you, why not?
They
right?
need, and that's the thing. They need to keep overpaying me,
Mhm.
so I can.
Well, I'm not gonna tell.
I need to
I'll
get
tell
some
you.
curtains up in this bitch right now. So let's do that.
Yeah. Yeah, just don't use your sheets.
I'm not gonna
Maybe
use
use your old
sheets are for the
sheets.
bed. Yeah.
Yeah.
You are a
So-
delight. And let
I've
me just say
enjoyed
that.
this.
Okay.
I've got to go now, though. I'll take my leave.
Fair enough.
But well, we ought to hang out sometime. We'll arm wrestle
Agreed.
again.
Love
But
it.
yeah, awesome. I'll fist
Alright.
bump him.
Yeah, nice. Oh. And then, yeah, you take your leave from Buddy's place. Back to the Mullifers. Now that you have Diana sort of out of her element in the cornfield, is there anything you'd like to do? And remember, you have your powers as well.
Hey, Diana.
Yes.
Tell me about the night Errol died.
Errol, I don't know. We heard that Errol died. I knew that Josie was out playing, so we found her real quick. Made sure she was home. We sort of just locked up for the night.
You were home?
We were both home, yes.
You didn't hear anything?
No, not really. I mean, well, we were getting acquainted at the moment, it seems, with each other again. It's been a few weeks of hard work.
You were having sex with your husband when Errol was getting
Yes.
killed?
Yes, I was. Thank you. Yes.
Insight check that. Does she seem like she's lying?
Yeah, go for it.
I thought you went, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, you're
Jesus.
lying.
Just casual. Hey, there's a good roll.
17!
17.
Woo!
Third
So-
good roll tonight.
Nice. With the 17, she seems to be just embarrassed about it, but telling the truth.
Okay, I guess I'm crossing him off my list as the bad guy.
Well, there's the source of one scream.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry.
I think I'm also going to, just given where we are,
Mhm.
I have a device for that.
Yes.
This thing's dead body is just weird. Like,
True.
there's arrows in it that haven't bled, etc. I want to be able to figure out essentially what killed it.
Okay.
So you're gonna make a what killed it device.
Yeah. What killed it device? So your device immediately pops up a large looking glass. And some of the sort of spindly little fingers start to kind of dig into the wound just a little bit and kind of open it just a little bit on the chest. And that spyglass is kind of situating it and magnifying several different areas. And you are able to see that in the wound itself, there seems to be very pale, almost white kind of skin cells in the wound.
So would this, with what I also had thought previously about something with shifters, etc., point me towards that?
This seems like it was killed by a doppelganger. If you put all those things together, this would be your guess.
I'm going to sort of look at Disma. I think we should go talk to Loomis. Perhaps. If...
All right.
That sounds good.
Lyra.
Dear God, don't die. And you told us it was okay to split up. You said it was safe.
I did.
She has a boxing badger with her.
Yeah. Galabray stands to her full height in front of you. She's high elf. Her husband is a wood elf. So she has that bone structure of just haughtiness. And she's tilting her head up and looking down her nose, quite literally, at you. She says, "What are we going to do with you?" And then she slaps herself. And again. And she starts to tear clothes. And she goes,
I'm gonna turn into you.
"Help! Oh my God, help!" And then she rushes toward the side of the room, runs straight into the wall. Blood starts pouring out of her nose. "No, Lyra, no, stop it!" And
She can't lie.
She's not lying yet. The stop it may refer to lots of things. And she immediately starts making a break for the large windows in the front of the parlor, but she has to run past you to do that. What would you like to do?
So if I attacked, I have psychic blades. Would that
Totally.
be beneficial to the situation?
Yeah, you also have a silver dagger in your hand.
Okay.
So you could just take a swipe with that, or activate psychic blades and attack with those.
Psychic Blaze is just a damage buff on her weapons.
On the weapon? Oh, so you
Yeah.
could psychic blade to the knife.
Yep,
Yes.
basically like
Yeah.
Interesting.
she puts psychic poison on weapons.
Yay.
That's awesome.
So if you want, you can
I'm
take a
gonna
swipe.
swipe. Heck yeah, I'm gonna swipe.
Okay. So give me an attack roll.
Okay.
So yeah, just give me a weapon attack roll. Of something dex based, if you can.
What would I?
What would be good?
Any of your weapons, I think, that we're in should be fine. You're proficient with it. It can be
Yeah, like a
dexterity.
dagger. Just give me hit that dagger roll there. An 11 does hit. She's not wearing
Okay,
armor.
good.
So hit the word dagger below that on the roll table. If that makes sense.
On the.
Yes,
In the
exactly. And then what does your psychic do? Psychic
Psychic
blades.
Blade, extra 2d6.
2d6.
Nice.
So I can just roll that for you real quick, if you'd like. 6 more damage, so that's 9. So you just quickly slash across her as she's running by you. She sort of immediately stops, grabs her head, and says, "You've cut me." And you can see that you've cut through the fabric and slashed across her chest with your dagger. It does not seem to be reacting any more than normal.
So not shapeshifter, but person.
But person. Yeah.
Did she also move by Mr. Benedict?
Yes. Yes, she did.
Oh,
So as she does this, Mr. Benedict is, has like reared up on his hind legs and sort of raising these giant claws will instead ball them into a fist. Just go to punch her in the face.
Excellent. Give me a roll. So, yeah, Galabray is like, "You foolish child. I'm going to tell everyone that you have attacked me."
18.
And she's knocked out cold.
7 force. You just see.
I assume non-lethal, but you know,
Yes, I was going to say that you're just going to see Mr. Benedict adjust his hat. Smooth the vest. Drop down into all fours.
Scratches for that.
she's knocked out cold on the ground to this place. So that's going to do our last round. how about now you do whatever you can best. Just talk amongst yourselves real quick. Try to get your best idea of what happened and make our final report, essentially, to the town. As Dirklin has gathered several members of the town to now discuss exactly what's going on and what happened. You can join all of them. Lomas is there, along with most of the individuals you've met, and some you haven't. So, and feel free to talk amongst yourselves first about what you think's going on, and then we'll give our final.
Galbraith was one of the kills.
Yeah.
So that one's all locked up. Good
Graben
job,
was an entirely
Ira.
separate thing that was a copycat in order to try to cover up that.
I
And,
don't know how the hell she did that with the blood, but whatever. Anyways.
The pig. She took the pig blood.
Oh, fuck. I was joking about that.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. So, that one is tied up. What were you going to say, Andy?
Nope. I just want to tell you everything. No, go ahead.
So that one's tied up.
Or the wolf.
My real strong working theory is that I just don't know. I feel like
Loomis.
yeah, because Doppel Lomas killed real Lomas. That's what Child
Mhm.
saw, and then killed Errol because Errol saw that.
and then
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure the Kentwoods are also doppelgangers.
And if we go off of this assumption, we have only ever talked to Doppel Loomis,
Mhm.
which means that real Loomis shot the wolf.
Or
No,
Des talked to real Loomis and I talked to Doppel Loomis.
no, because real Loomis would have died. Lomas would have died like 2 weeks ago with Errol. So you can't have
Winnie.
killed the wolf, and none of us can have talked to real Lomas if that's what happened. If that's what the child saw.
How long did the body seem like it had been dead to me? It got there a day ago.
Only a couple days. Yeah.
Okay.
You couldn't tell exactly, but it wasn't like in decay or anything. Or even, very incredibly rigid.
I mean, it is possible, perhaps, that real Loomis was taken by Doppel Loomis just then. Like, real Loomis didn't die. Real Loomis actually saw Doppel Loomis killing Errol. But then Doppel Loomis didn't come back to get himself until...
But the kid said
Later.
she saw Lomas, Lomas,
yeah.
killing somebody, dragging it. She didn't say that. She
Dragging
said
a
Dragging a
body.
she saw dragging a body, and then that was when she heard the young person scream, and
Mhm.
then she heard Errol scream as Doppel Lomas was killing
Yeah.
Errol. So unless she's a doppelganger and lying,
Oh, the god, that'd be creepy.
possibility, since a lot of things pointed at Malfour Farms.
Can I take the silver dagger and go, like, prick Loomis on the back of the neck?
Yeah, what if
Like,
that's what
sneak
we
up on
present
him?
to the town? Everybody needs to get pricked with the silver dagger. New rule, fun way to solve things. Everybody gets poked with the silver
No,
dagger.
I just want to fly up behind him and, just, like, prick him somewhere with the silver dagger so he doesn't see me coming.
You can try that as people are gathering in town.
I would love to try that.
Give me a stealth check.
Oh, God. Okay.
Could I be helping by basically calling people into the square and yes, please assemble, trying to
Sure.
draw as much attention towards.
Okay,
Sure.
so
Yeah,
advantage.
then advantage. Yeah.
16.
16. 16's good. Yeah, you're able to come up behind him without him noticing. If you want to just sort of prick him, feel free.
Yep. Just a little prick, see what that silver dagger does to him.
He immediately puts his hand on his neck. What are you doing?
I want to see
Stop
it.
that.
I want to see it. I want to see it.
You
Let me
can
see
sort
it.
of fly around, and you see the wound start to bleed just a little bit, and then sort of bubble a little bit, and start to sizzle with a bit of smoke
Oh.
coming out of it. And you hear him go, ah, ah! What did you do?
You're a shapeshifter!
And at this, the whole town is... What? And Dirklin's
so
like,
the
hi.
Kentwoods probably.
I knew someone
Both
was...
the Kentwoods also.
I'm gonna stab him for real this time.
He does not quite give you that opportunity as soon
Sorry.
as the shapeshifter thing seems to happen, he drops his form to reveal perfect replica of a doppelganger, and then turns into Sebastian.
Oh.
And starts backing away.
Grab him, people.
I'm going for him.
All right, yeah, you start to go for him. And at
And
this,
I would like to rage.
beautiful. You go into your rage as you immediately come at him. And at this, the Kentwoods sort of jump up. All three of them now jump up and put a hand out to you. As well as one person you never met in the town. Mr. or Mrs. What's their name? Killian Steenwick.
Patient Zero. Who the nobody even mentioned that person.
Yep.
They weren't
talk to
popular,
the-
I guess.
Didn't talk to the people for it. Killian Steenwick is a goblin who also reverts into his doppelganger form and kind of puts a hand up and says, "No! Wait! Please."
You killed Arrow. You took his short, puny mortal life from him before he had a chance to waste it like all of you are doing.
And you subjected me to this speech for the 3,753rd time.
And I'm enraged. So tell us
Immortal
why.
Immortal life is wasted too.
None of you understand. We would not have been accepted by you to join your town. We had to hide among you.
You killed people. Killing people isn't generally the road to acceptance.
Well, to be fair, they didn't kill the half light. The dwarf.
half been.
Half-been.
Yeah, Graben Halfbin. We did not kill him at all.
But you killed Errol.
Yes.
And you killed the Kentwoods.
Well,
And
yes.
Lomas.
And you killed Bleak.
Well, yes.
And you killed whoever the fuck this goblin dude was.
My name is Killian.
Okay.
Or his name was Killian.
My name is Killian.
Is it?
We needed a way. We needed something to get us out of the forest, out of the woods, out of... We've been running for weeks, months from the darkness.
Why didn't you just take on a people form and come move to the town? Why did you have to kill people that were here?
Our kind require blood in order to transform.
Hey, I require blood too, but you don't see me taking people's personalities. Okay, but what were you running from? The forest? Sorry,
The
I ruined
darkness.
your dramatic moment.
The spreading darkness. The darkness that's going to consume everyone. We had to hide. We had to get out of the forests. civilization will be the last place it comes. And we have many brothers and sisters that could simply take over this town and kill all of you. Or maybe you simply let us go on our way, and we find space in another place.
Where you're also going to kill people?
We could take our current identities into a new place without killing anyone.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Whatever. Have a good time.
Here, one way or another.
Live your short, pathetic mortal lives, and I'll
Oh,
learn to live my
best.
long, pathetic, immortal life.
5,735. Thank you so much for that.
And at this, they will slowly back away.
It's also not up to me.
And
Wait.
start to slip one by one into the...
Sebastian's gonna be like,
Around the
wait,
corner
hold
of
on,
the
hold
house.
on. Problem with your story.
Yes?
You might-
Oh, no.
You turned into me.
Well... Yes.
Uh-huh.
Maybe we don't need blood. You can just let us go on our way.
Okay, no.
So why are you killing people?
What's...
That'll be a no from me, sir.
I don't care. I don't care about anything.
Desdemona, for the love of God, you've been bitching about how thirsty you are since we got here. Drink him like a juice box.
I
Go,
am
Bess.
hungry.
Go.
Look how tasty he looks.
And I just wasted a rage, so I'd be really happy to attack.
So you're even more pissed now.
I didn't even get to fight with Buddy. We just had to arm wrestle.
As it is midnight, in our time,
Yeah,
2
it's
o'clock
here.
in Chelsea's time, let us
Yeah,
say...
and
that-
And mine.
Oh, and Heather's, yeah. Let us say that your battle was epic. That you destroyed these interlopers into your civilian space. And the town listens to Lyra and hears exactly what went down with Galabray. Diana also knew that he was sleeping with someone else. For one night, Errol came to her and broke off their relationship because he said his life was about to change. Helena, who you've never met,
Didn't get around to it.
confirmed that he bought a simple little teddy bear and seemed really, really happy to give it to someone. And Galabray stole all of that from him. What recommendation for punishment would you have for the town and their glorious Galabray leafless?
Strenuous therapy. And
Just here with
she
my
makes
halberd.
amends to everybody she harmed.
The one she harmed is dead.
Look, sometimes restorative justice is a challenge. She needs
Oh.
to make amends to the families, the family of the people that...
Or she could dig him up
Or the
and
people
see
who
that,
left
that I
him.
didn't clothe him again before I buried him.
You hear her bloodied, barely coming to consciousness. You what? I spent so
he's
much
naked.
time.
Mr. Benedict.
My
Yep,
nose.
he's naked.
That's... How dare you?
That's why. That's why.
And Detective Collective, you seem to have solved every case there was in this town in less than a
You
day.
did it.
Yeah.
Congratulations. On the road again tomorrow, all the way to Chawbone. Wonderful. And hey, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's going to end us for this evening. Thank you so much for hanging out with us through this real long but really amazing murder mystery that my players did so great figuring out. Well done, everyone. we have coming up tomorrow night Spire, and on Friday we have our very own Monty GMing their first. I don't think it's a D&D game. I think it's another sort of RPG that we're gonna see on Friday.
It is also a murder mystery, I believe.
Lovely. That's going to be amazing.
Yes.
So I'm going to tune into that. Please do that with me at 7 on Friday.
7 Mountain,
7
9 p.m.
Mountain
Eastern.
Time.
7 Mountain, 9 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
Very good.
3 p.m. On Saturday, we have me with Last Hope, Lost Hope.
Excellent. Yes. And then,
Featuring
yes.
Lena
And then
Cheese
we're all
and-
gonna sleep for a week.
Yes,
Very
because
nice.
we've done so much this month at Helpful Goat. Thank you so much for hanging with us. We love you all so much. Hang in there, everyone. And we'll see you later. Ciao.
Bye.